Right over here, Marlon. All right, I'm going to call the meeting of the Sentencing Guidelines Commission to order. Today is August 11th, 2025. And as soon as he's ready, I'm going to ask the director to take the roll.
Roll call, Vice Chair Larkin. Larkin absent. Commissioner Castro.
Present.
Commissioner Castro present. Commissioner Fraze.
Present.
Commissioner Fraze present. Commissioner Keefe.
Present.
Commissioner Keefe present. Commissioner Ladd.
Present.
Commissioner Ladd present. Commissioner Mazzaros.
Present.
Commissioner Mazzaros present. Commissioner Middlebrook.
Present.
Commissioner Middlebrook present. Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Commissioner Moore present. Commissioner Moran.
Here.
Commissioner Moran present. Commissioner Mueller.
Present.
Commissioner Mueller present. Commissioner Reeves.
Present.
Commissioner Reeves present. Commissioner Saxena. Commissioner Saxena present. Chair Mitchell.
Here.
Chair Mitchell present. Madam Chair, there are 12 members present, 1 member absent.
Excellent. We do have a quorum. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Commissioner Middlebrook makes that motion and Commissioner Moore seconds. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the roll.
To the Middlebrook motion to adopt the agenda, Larkin. Larkin absent. Castro.
Present.
Castro, yes.
Yes.
Castro, yes. Fraze.
Yes.
Fraze, yes. Keefe.
Yes.
Keefe, yes. Ladd.
Yes.
Ladd, yes. Mazzaros.
Yes.
Mazzaros, yes. Middlebrook.
Yes.
Middlebrook, yes. Moore.
Yes.
Moore, yes. Moran.
Yes.
Moran, yes. Mueller.
Yes.
Mueller, yes. Reeves.
Yes.
Reeves, yes. Saxena.
Yes.
Saxena, yes. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mitchell, yes. Madam Chair, there are 12 votes in favor, no votes opposed.
With that, the motion is approved unanimously. All right, and that is the last really formal thing that we are going to do today. So welcome, everyone. This is a unique day. You're all sitting elbow to elbow. And our goal today is to really think about and begin to think about the end result of this comprehensive review. So I'm going to make a couple of introductory remarks. I'm going to introduce our facilitator, and then we are going to get to work. So get ready. All right. So just to sort of ground us in the purpose of today, I just want to remind, not everybody has been on the commission the whole time, but 2 years ago, we embarked on a comprehensive review of the guidelines. We sought stakeholder input to guide our work and set our areas of focus, and then we got to work. We've been working in multiple directions for that period of time. We've had the stakeholder input being gathered by MAD. We've had we've as a commission, we have been we set our goals. We figured out where we wanted to go. We have been doing re-ranking exercises. We've had a steering committee working on criminal history proposals and a couple of other things. So today is the day when it all comes together and we get to see the sum total of our work and decide, is this the direction? Have we? So purpose of today's meeting, there's a couple of things that I want to make sure that we do. First of all, I want to make sure that we assure that all of the members are familiar with the whole proposal and the supporting reports. And if you haven't clicked the links on the research, then click the links on the research. We won't do that all today, but I encourage you to do that if you haven't done it already. We want to get a sense of your acceptance. Are we moving in the right direction? Is this what we want to do? For all of the re-ranking proposals that we've done, we're going to be working on the purposes and principles statement today. We want to get some direction on that. And then the steering committee's reports. Then we need to identify some area where more work might be necessary, but also feasible to accomplish in time for November. If you recall our schedule, the way that the guideline schedule works, we will, if we want to send anything to the legislature in January, that means we have to back up. We have a public hearing in December. We have to vote on a final package in November that goes to the public hearing. So we have between now and November to finalize the package that we might be sending forward. All right, so I want to remind us of what goals we set in the beginning. went 2 years ago when we started this project. When we got to this state, we wanted to ensure that the public and the commission are confident that the review process was transparent, inclusive, and thoughtfully executed. That practitioners find the guidelines are easier to understand and use. That presumptive sentences for offenses are proportionate and fair. And that relative to the current guidelines, the revised guidelines contribute to improved public safety, more consistent sentencing, and decreased disparities. Those are on the wall. So if you need to keep referring to them throughout the day, if you need to bring us back to a thought as we talk through things, they're there. So make sure that you use them and think about them throughout the day. All right. Let's see. Next one. There's a couple of things that we are not going to do today. And those are, so number one, we did want to simplify the guidelines, and every proposal that we put in front of you has tried to make the parts of the guidelines that we touch simpler and easier to understand. But there are, Nate has a very good proposal for additional plans to renumber and restructure the guidelines. It sort of came too late in the process for me to be comfortable with us moving forward with that in this cycle. So we're putting that on the plan for next year. It's actually a very good proposal. It just changes too much language all at once. And I thought we should focus on the content and the substantive topics that we brought forward. So we're going to do those things this year, but that reorg is off the table, and I'd like to bring it back next year. And then we did talk about some legislative recommendations as we were doing the re-ranking process, and we will talk about those, but it's too much for us to handle today. So we're going to put that off a little bit too. We don't have to have hearings on legislative recommendations. We can be working on that all the way up through December. So that's why that's just a little lower down the list. But we will bring that back at the next couple of meetings. And then I would like to introduce Stacy Shogren, who is our facilitator for the day. I'm going to let her introduce herself and talk about how she'll be working with us.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see many of you again and some fresh faces. It's good to meet you. I hope to get around and introduce myself to all of you more personally. Everything has changed, hasn't it? In terms of the way the room has been set up, not as much elbow room, right? And I heard so many comments on that as people were walking in. They were going, wait, what's going on? Well, we are changing things, and you see me getting up and moving around because we are going to be much less formal than you've been used to, because it's time to, as Kelly said earlier, roll up the sleeves and get to work. You've got a lot of decisions to make, a lot of movement towards final decisions. And it's easier to do that when you're close together. It's easier to have those conversations and to be able to make eye contact and not have to look way across the room, hoping you can catch somebody's attention. As Kelly said, I'm a facilitator. I'm another facilitator for MAD. Some of you might remember me from way back 2 years ago when you started working on this, and we developed those objectives up on the wall. So I was part of that, and I've been keeping in close touch with Charlie and Shems as they've been doing some stakeholder connections, and they'll be here in a bit sharing their information. But today I'm here to help you move through the process of reaching some consensus. And so I was the one that was behind getting you all closer together. I'm the one behind figuring out what are those processes for having those discussions that you need to have in order for every one of you to feel like you've been heard, to feel like you really know the information. And even if you don't love every single bit of what you end up at the end of the day, I'm hoping that you can at least live with what we end up at the end of the day, because I have a hunch that not all of you agree on every single solitary bit, every bit of this. So there's going to have to be some compromising. There's having to be some conversation. And so not only am I going to have you get closer together like you are now, but I'm also inviting you to maybe leave some of the formalities behind. You've been in the process of, or in the habit of referring to everybody as commissioner, correct? Or Madam Chair. We're going to go even a step further today, and I'm asking you to use first names. Let's level set. Okay, first names here. You can go back to being more formal later on. That's just fine. But for today, if you can, try using first names. Okay. All right. So I want to walk you through the agenda. You can see it up here on the screen. And knowing what I said earlier about really wanting to create those spaces that you can be immersed in the information, we have a lot of presentations today. A lot of presentations, and that makes a lot of people just go like this. So we've built in opportunities for you to discuss what you've heard, what you've learned after almost every single presentation. So I've got planned discussions. You can see some of them on the agendas. So no chance for snoozing through presentations today. There'll be chances where you really want to be thinking about what you learned and ask clarifying questions or dig deeper into those discussions that I'll outline for you. You can see we've got poster stations up around the room. There'll be 2 different opportunities where you're going to be literally getting out of your chairs and moving around and weighing in. How many of you understand or remember the process, we call it formally gradients of agreement? Some of you have used it in the past. Okay, so we got a couple of those. I'm going to walk through in a second what that process looks like. So, and then I'll repeat it again when we get closer, like any good facilitator would do. But I want you to just start thinking about how you've got some breadth of options as you're weighing in on the direction you're headed, okay? But first, let's go through just a little bit more detail on the agenda. Charlie and Shanta are going to be up right away talking about the input that they collected. I think many of you had seen some of it. I'm not sure if you have all seen all of it. So we'll be walking through that and then have a discussion. Are we seeing this input influencing our revision decisions? Did it make a difference? Did we weigh in? Did we help make sure that it landed in what we're working on? And then part 1, a re-ranking summary, that we're going to do a gut check walkabout. And that's those 3 poster stations back behind Nate, where everybody's going to weigh in on things like CVO, CVH, assaults, failure to register, just to start thinking about those categories. We'll give you more information when we get there, so you have kind of the full complement of pieces in your mind when you're weighing in. That's going to take us right through to a lunch break at noon. So if you've got any emergency calls or plan calls that you need to make noon, I'll try to get it as close to noon as we can. Because I understand you're busy folks and you probably have other things that you need to accomplish during those off times. You'll also note on that line that there's a break scheduled as close to 2:20 as I can make it. That's another afternoon time that if you need to slip out and make that plan call, that's when you can take care of that. Afternoon, there's going to be a summary going on, a re-ranking summary part 2. That's where we're going to take the information and thinking from those non-steering committee members, because you're going to be doing this big long activity, and really having an opportunity to hear what you have to say as you're processing this information. And then we've got the break. I'm looking around heads here. And then, as Kelly mentioned earlier, an opportunity to talk about the purposes and principles statement changes that are being proposed. So a shorter opportunity to do that. And then a whole lot more debriefing on the steering committee proposal. So we're going to be jam-packed all day long, jam-packed. Okay. So buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. All right. I mentioned briefly this concept of gradients of agreement. And here's an example blown up on the screen of what you see on every single one of the posters on the walls. Gradients of agreement is just a fancy way of saying, hey, where do you fall on like a continuum about a particular proposal? So proposal X your options instead of either thumbs up or thumbs down, which is limiting, and people don't like just having two options, is to say, wow, I love that idea. That is a great proposal. I'm all in. Or I like that proposal. Or I can live with that proposal. If I get everybody to love, like, live, we're good. If you got some questions, you might be, I am leery of that proposal. I got some questions. Or man, oh man, I love that proposal, and let me tell you why I love that proposal. So the alliteration is just simply to help it stick in your head a little bit better. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 business. What we'll ask you to do when you're doing these walkabout activities is, if after hearing a proposal, you say, I love, like, or live with it, all you need to do is take your marker and put in the top area. Let me see what I'm going to do. Right up here, put your initials in a circle and you're good to go. If you're finding that you've got something you're leery about or loathing, you're going to grab one of these yellow big stickies. You might want to use a pen if you've got it, but I do have some fine tip markers. Write down what you're concerned about. And most importantly, how would you propose fixing it to get you up to at least living with that proposal without losing everybody else's vote? That's the challenge. So we're putting some pressure, some onus on the person that's leery or loathing to say, this is why, happy to share, this is why I'm leery or loathing this particular proposal. Here's what I would suggest tweaking to it. Or here's this big giant piece that's missing of it or on it. And here's how I would propose we can do a tweak without losing everybody else's vote. Okay? I'll explain that again when we get to the first time round, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. All right, so that's the gradients of agreement, and then just a few quick, how are we going to work together minders. First, when we're talking, best rule of thumb, step back, step up. So if you're a person that loves to share their ideas, maybe you want to give some airtime to somebody that's less likely to share their ideas. If you're less likely to share your ideas, take a step or two into sharing those verbally with everybody. So step back or step up, step back. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You're not going to get everything you want at the end of the day. Nobody does. Compromise doesn't work that way. And I don't think this is a zero-sum game. At least I don't think it should be. So don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and compromise mentality rather than win-lose. So those were 3 suggestions I had for working together agreements. Does anybody have one that they'd like to add to that? Good. All right, let's keep those in mind. If I need to refresh everybody on those when things get like, oh, man, I'll do that. Okay. And with that, I think we're ready for Charlie and Shamsa to come on up. Kelly, is there anything else you want to add as those two are making their way up here?
I don't think so.
Would you like
I'm
to-
excited about working with y'all today. That's all I want to add, and I think we should get to it.
Excellent. Why don't you do the formal introduction then of these two for those that may not have worked with them before?
Okay, so if you recall, we looked from Pennsylvania and decided to get our stakeholder input at the front end instead of waiting until we had a bunch of ideas without anyone's input. So Shamsa Dayu and Charlie Salou from Management Analysis Division, I can't remember what MAD stands for, and development. We worked with MAD to get that stakeholder input. So I'd like to just introduce both of them and take it away. This is the sum total of all of that stakeholder input that you have done for us.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not following my own colleague's advice. Sorry, Stacey, on names. Good to be with you all. Yeah, this document that we're sharing today is our kind of final report from the engagement work that pulls together what you heard from us on over the past few years. So this will share out the methods that we've used to reground there, and then summarize some of the themes that we heard both by audience that we heard it from and also by topic. There's a lot we're going to really just sample today. Our goal is not to leave you feeling like you've heard everything, but actually to whet your appetite so you can go back to this document later when it makes sense, either short term or further down the road when you're working on other things. I have printed copies if anyone wants them of the report. It's kind of long, but if anyone, or maybe already be in your document. Oh, okay. If anyone wants the full copy, we have a few available. Anything else? All right, so yeah, we're gonna just screen share the full report and appetite of what's in there. I'll pass it to you.
And Charlie, it is in members' packets.
Oh, okay, is there? Oh, perfect.
Just color.
Cheap black.
I think we're gonna jump to the methods section.
We're gonna start off our methods. For the engagement, the overview of engagement strategy and process that we had during this. So we designed and implemented a statewide engagement process that elevated the voices of both system and practitioners, system practitioners and individuals with limited. The engagement strategy prioritized geographic reach, cultural representation, and inclusion of diverse experiences with criminal legal system. So in our engagement effort, we had 2 rounds. Round 1 held between March and July 2024. It included 17 engagement sessions across 8 target audiences. MAD designed these sessions to surface operational, technical, and values-based input on current sentencing guidelines. We launched round 2 in February 2025 in response to concerns raised by commissioners regarding the limited participation from Hennepin and Ramsey County prosecutors and public defenders in the first round. MAD responded by facilitating targeted sessions to ensure these critical urban perspectives were reflected. Across both rounds of engagement, we directly engaged over about 164 participants, representing a wide spectrum of roles and experiences. This included system practitioners such as probation officers, prosecutors, public defenders, and legal aid attorneys, as well as community members and advocates with lived experience of crime, incarceration, addiction, and reentry. Participants were drawn across Minnesota's geographic regions, and we will go over the regions in a map in a few. So as you can see here, we, in order to ensure statewide coverage and gather a full picture of practitioners across Minnesota, we grouped the state's 10 judicial districts into 5 engagement regions: South, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest, Suburban Metro, and the Twin Cities. In round 1, we facilitated direct engagement with 103 participants. Follow-up round 2 session added 11 participants with public defense and prosecutors, prosecution roles in Hennepin and Ramsey County. And here is a table with the regions, their corresponding judicial districts, the counties that we reached, and then the number of participants from each of those regions. So for the community and public audiences, it included crime victims and victim advocates, which we had 3 sessions, 15 participants total. These included folks who are focused on domestic violence, sexual assault, and public safety. Participants included family members and advocates from the American Indian community, business owners, housing advocates, policy analysts, and treatment providers. For the formerly incarcerated individuals and advocates, we had 3 sessions, which a total of 23 participants total. While sessions were convened around lived experience with incarceration, many participants also identified as victims or service providers. Participants were primarily based in Twin Cities, with some representing organizations that operated statewide. We also had sessions that included treatment and rehabilitation service providers. And we had 2 culture-specific sessions, one focused on the Somali community and one focused on the American Indian community. Participants included individuals with lived experience, organizational leaders, and advocates for victims and families. All right, so MAD asked participants what they wanted to make sure remained in place as the guidelines are updated, and prompted them to provide feedback on problems and potential solutions in several specific topic areas. These areas included sentencing guidelines grids, severity groups, criminal history scores, sentencing guidelines manual, and other related topics that they were interested in talking about. And then for the non-practitioner case study sessions, we designed a case study method using 3 sample-friendly cases. One was a drug offense, another was a unwanted person offense, and the last one was a burglary offense. These scenarios invited participants to respond from their own experiences and values, prompting discussions around accountability, safety, harm, healing, and second chances. This approach helped highlight underlying beliefs and priorities regarding fairness, justice, and proportionality without requiring participants to have formal legal expertise. And as we mentioned, we made sure we had efforts to include diverse geographic, cultural, and lived experience representation. And our strategies included statewide coverage, culture-specific outreach, lived experience at the center, trauma-informed practices, adaptability, and flexibility. I'm going to go ahead and talk about the perspectives by audience now. So the following themes and tensions represent a summary of findings from both rounds of engagement. The comprehensive review engagement summary shares insights from round 1, and the engagement snapshot, which is included in the report and linked in the appendix, includes insights from round 2 of engagement. So this section integrates them to provide a clearer picture of shared concerns and divergent perspectives. Throughout the engagement process, participants across the state, ranging from legal professionals and system practitioners to people with lived experience, they shared several recurring observations and concerns. Despite differing roles, geographies, and perspectives, participants regularly highlighted the following themes, which is balancing clarity and complexity, relative severity, disparities in sentencing outcomes, limits of probation and non-custodial tools, departures as a sign of system misalignment, training and support gaps, and lack of victim influence. Since you all have access to the report, you can also go ahead and dig a little deeper. Alongside shared themes, we also saw tensions across and within groups. These tensions emerged that reflected deeper philosophical and practical divides among stakeholders, among them being approaches to public safety and accountability, perspectives on incarceration and probation, consistency and individualizations, use of departures, and perceptions of justice. We also have summary snapshots from each stakeholder groups, and which is included in the appendix. For the corrections and probation practitioners, corrections and probation practitioners place emphasis on achieving equity and consistency in the application of the guidelines, both across different counties and judges. Participants want to simplify the guidelines and their application. There's also a desire for clearer, more predictable sentencing outcomes with greater transparency in departures and fewer variables that introduce discretion in sentencing, potentially leading to inequitable outcomes. For prosecutors and county attorney staff, share a desire to expand the grid to offer longer sentences for people with higher criminal history scores, as well as to add more grids for different offense types. Another theme was that there was variation and perspectives across prosecutors on a range of topics, including fundamental questions on whether Minnesota's overall level of incarceration is too low or too high. For public defense, other defense attorneys, and legal aid providers, they generally felt that the guidelines are too punitive, and if offenses seen as low level are nonetheless assigned a high level of severity. They also expressed a desire for additional education and training for practitioners, as well as resources and tools to educate the public. For round two, with both public defense and prosecutors, participants viewed high departures rate as a sign that certain offenses may be misclassified. Participants questioned the effectiveness of mandatory minimums, especially for gun-related offenses, and how they align with public safety goals. And again, you guys can also go ahead and read in depth as you have access to the report. For crime victims and advocates, they said that ensuring victim safety and holding offenders accountable are key goals that are not always achieved. They said that sentences may not provide adequate deterrence, and the system does not sufficiently prioritize removing violent offenders from victims or society. They also expressed a desire for sentencing options to include rehabilitation-focused programs, such as mandatory treatment for substance use and domestic violence, rather than solely punitive measures. There was a general concern that sentences failed to address critical aspects of the offender's behavior. For formerly incarcerated people and advocates, wanted expanded options available as part of sentencing. For example, treatment programs, restitution, and community service. They said that the criminal justice system continues to focus too narrowly on incarceration. There was also a desire to use sentencing to address root causes and repair harm. And participants focused on how crimes impacted victims in determining appropriate sentences. For example, stealing all of someone's possessions or violating their sense of safety was seen as more severe than stealing from a store, even if the amount stolen was the same. For treatment and rehabilitation service providers focus on addressing the root causes of issues. They encourage alternative forms of sentencing beyond prison and probation, including culturally aware treatment, community service, restitution, and restorative justice. Among the cases presented, participants only recommended prison in the case of an unwanted person due to the safety concerns and the need to protect the ex-girlfriend from possible violence. For law enforcement, there was only a survey for them. Law enforcement survey participants expressed a need for more emphasis on victim input. There was a desire for more consistency in sentencing through fewer downward departures. They shared that prison is more appropriate than probation for violent and repeat offenses. And then for the judicial branch, they had a separate process. And the results were shared in the October 24 commission meeting. All right.
Great. So I'm going to now share the perspectives by topic. So here I'm really, again, just going to pull out some example themes. So I really encourage you to explore this further on your own, especially as you explore some of these topics in the future. So we're going to start with severity levels. So there, some themes were a lack of uniformity. The practitioners noted inconsistencies in how severity levels are assigned, particularly in offenses with multiple methods of commission, and the nuance of property-related offenses that Shamsa just mentioned as well. Next was simplification. Participants the simplicity of the guidelines as a framework, but also expressed frustration that the guidelines have grown complex over time. And some examples they gave were handling out-of-state offenses, criminal history scores, and departure rules. Within criminal history scores, that's another theme. Let me see if I did my printout. Practitioners found out-of-state criminal history scores challenging, and they felt that resulted in substantial time spent and frequent errors. Within departures, participants differed in how they thought about departures. Some saw them as a way to address a lack of blame, while others saw them as a way to consider potential for rehabilitation. So for example, something like unemployment could be seen both as something that would reduce blameworthiness, suggesting eligibility for a departure, but at the same time, unemployment might impact amenability to rehabilitation, suggesting less suitability for a departure. There was also a shared appreciation for consistency, but with differences of how we would achieve consistency, either by aligning presumptive sentences to meet current departure practices or by narrowing the ability for downward departures to meet the current guidelines. So consistency was sort of valued at the system level, but there were different ways people suggested of achieving that. For disparities, we heard that geographic, racial, economic, and educational disparities continue to shape sentencing, leading to inequitable outcomes. Both practitioner and public participants stressed that jurisdictional disparities in charging decisions reinforce those inequities, and that the same set of facts can be charged very differently across the state. For non-custodial dispositions and probation, participants expressed frustration that probation was an inadequate tool for preventing recidivism or for promoting rehabilitation, in part because of understaffing and insufficient access to services and supports. And in turn, participants said that those limitations created new challenges for maintaining compliance with supervision. On rising presumptive incarceration rate, participants had a wide variation in perspectives on that fundamental question of whether Minnesota's overall level of incarceration was too low or too high. And then for expanded training, participants appreciated that the existing training resources and were appreciative of MSGC staff's responsiveness and expertise, but also suggested further ongoing training on the guidelines for practitioners. And they felt that could reduce errors and inconsistencies in applying the guidelines. So I just, again, really quickly skimmed through that. So please explore further as you are moved to do so. So at the end, we also just highlight some areas where we saw work already underway. So that includes things such as offense severity levels, criminal history scores, guideline simplification, and revisiting departures, as well as areas we felt there was still room for future work that would be important to undertake as the commission in the future, including expanding non-custodial sentencing options, developing systems for victim input, and revisiting purposes and principles, although it sounds like that might be something that's on the agenda today. So Shamsa, I'll hand it to you to wrap up.
I just want to say, as we continue with today's session, we have the beautiful objectives here that we created about 2 years ago, I believe. So making sure that you all are keeping this in mind as we continue the discussion, and Stacy takes over.
Do any of you have any clarifying questions for Shamsa or Charlie on the report itself? Just clarifying questions. We'll do discussion in a little bit, but any points of clarification? Yeah, please, Richard.
I forgot to bring materials from the October meeting, so I have no recollection of what the judicial part of this was, which I think is critically important because they probably know the guidelines best and have perspectives on what's good, what's bad, and why they do what they do. Can you give us a quick idea of what the key themes were there?
With someone, I don't know if I would feel particularly well qualified to share
Yeah.
those because we weren't a part of that
If I
process.
do that one,
Yeah.
that's all right. We did try to engage the judicial branch directly. They felt it was a conflict of interest for their judges to talk or to be interviewed in that way because these cases come before them. So they declined to do that. However, the 3 judges that are on the commission and who have the, express purpose of providing input to the guidelines did talk with our stakeholders and with Julia on some of the other issues. So I don't think, and then you guys did you did one session at the judges conference too, right?
Absolutely did. We had Judge Larkin, Judge Knudsen, and I were involved in that, and we had a robust response from judges with lots of thoughts, lots of opinions that we summarized. I think it was Commissioner Knudsen that put that into a working document that was then transmitted for purposes of analysis. So the perspectives of the judges were included. It was complex regarding the concerns relating to potential conflicts and how information could be attributed to a particular judge that could result in recusal questions and things like that. But the judiciary was very interested in this.
Any other clarifying question? Oh, please go ahead.
I would
Michelle.
just, and I then couldn't be at the conference because I had my appendix out. But my recollection is that the main themes were make the guidelines simpler. Hernandizing is difficult to understand. there was, I think, a loud cry to increase severity level for fleeing offenses and a request to make calculation of out-of-state offense equivalents less complicated. Those were some of the big ones.
Yeah. I agree.
Any other clarifying questions for Charlie and Shevza on the report? Okay. Can you two just hang tight in case as they're discussing, they have a question for you two that way? So I got a discussion question on the screen. We've got a good 10 minutes to lean into this discussion question. So in what ways did you see this stakeholder input results influence guideline revision decisions? I'm warming up my no. All right. Here we go. So in what ways did you see these stakeholder input results influence guideline revision decisions? So really, it's just a chance for you to start getting your voices into the conversation. And I want to hear from as many perspectives as we can.
It's not a trick question.
Yeah, go ahead. I can see you want to talk.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Always. I think it definitely influenced what we put in as far as like legislative changes and suggestions of things to consider specifically around treatment,
Okay.
restorative practice, things like that. There were comments.
Yeah, good. Okay. What other ways have you seen these stakeholder input, that whole report influence the guideline revisions? Other perspectives?
I'll also say, I think feedback I heard from the Minnesota presentation at the conference yesterday was that we suggested increases for a lot of the offenses.
I'll add that I think we have said the word simplification about 1,000 times since getting that feedback, and that we keep coming back to that, like rejecting things because it's not simple, trying to make it more simple.
Other ways. Centering those voices has been a really important part of this process. Right? So how have you seen it play out? Should I be reading anything into the silence? Nope. Yeah, please go ahead, Captain.
So I would say that a lot of the things that came from the engagement, the topics, the steering committee really kind of focused on those topics when we were meeting and discussing them and trying to come up with some revisions, again, emphasizing the simplification and just, whether or not they really were adding anything to the guidelines. And it took a lot of, I think that really influenced us on which topics we focused on there.
Yeah. Are you seeing the interplay between the guidelines and the stakeholder input and your first objective? Oh yeah, those objectives. So. Are you hopeful? How are you hopeful that that stakeholder influence the guideline decisions? Even if you're not positive that they have, where are you hopeful that they will?
I would say the victim input.
One more
The
time.
victim input is hopeful.
Yeah.
I think sometimes in some discussions, they get left behind
Yeah.
in our work.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
I think I'm hopeful too that, when I hear from practitioners, the judges, the bench and the prosecutors, that this is complex. That's frustrating for, a lay person. How would they understand that? So I'm hopeful that, as we've heard, simplicity being talked about. And then I see and I read through this, a lot of, public safety and just an interest. I feel, I'm hopeful, a collective interest in certain areas of public safety being addressed.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody wants to make eye contact with me. Any other perspectives, voices?
There's a challenging threading of the needle that is going on here that I feel between, you know, the public safety overarching priorities that underlie the guidelines with all the diverse input from the people affected by the criminal justice system in many different ways, from victims to, you know, probation agents, law enforcement officers with sometimes very divergent views on what should happen. I mean, we've heard some pretty vocal, I don't know, critiques might be probably pretty accurate about on both sides of that agenda. And so what I'm hopeful of is that, you know, our committee that worked really hard on the recommendations that we're going to talk about have tried to thread that needle in a way that is achieving what we want to achieve with looking at those guidelines, realizing it's a imperfect process. And there's going to need to be continued future engagement that to me is really important outcome from this.
Yeah, I'm appreciating what you're saying. I'm appreciating the analogy of threading a needle, because I think that's very much true, isn't it? I'm appreciating it in this setting when we're close to each other, and knowing that you're not going to walk away with everything you personally would want to see happen in this revision. But it's one step in a long journey of achieving better and better and better. So thank you.
And I believe that if the extent that we can speak as a commission in one voice, our recommendations are going to be considered, I think, by the parties that are important in a way that might be different if it's a fragmented report. You know, we've had some of those in the past, and, you know, that sends a very divergent message to, you know, the legislature as well as other groups that are, you know, affected by them.
Yeah, please.
So I just have to say, kind of being the newcomer to the table here.
Yeah.
As we were given our assignments to review the various charges, what I didn't notice in there was the perspective from formerly incarcerated people or treatment rehabilitation service providers. What I did see a lot in there was departure rates to consider bed usage and those sorts of things, but not much in there as to consider what, you know, formerly incarcerated perspective.
Yeah. Can either of you address that piece of it?
I think you were touching on the offenses that you were supposed to uprank and downrank, correct?
Excuse me?
Is it the offenses you're supposed to uprank and downrank, the packets you received?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are, we didn't do the offense
Okay.
packets, yeah.
I thought it was something that you saw in the report that you were wondering about. Okay.
Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. I was just kind of going by our objective up there and
Okay.
transparency and whatever. And
Yeah.
so,
I think what I'm hearing you say, Marlon, is that of all the stakeholders that we spoke to, the group that's missing is formerly incarcerated folks and folks that would be impacted by the offenses directly. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we spoke with victims, we spoke with jails.
And you mean in the?
Are you meaning in the engagement session or the,
it's in this report.
yes,
But
yes.
in our packets to review, and maybe I missed a piece by coming in late to the
No,
game.
in the proposals.
Yeah.
You're not seeing it reflected in the proposals, is
Yeah.
what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Everybody clear on what Marlon's talking about? Okay. Yeah.
I just follow up on what Kathy said. I feel that when we decided, because we've looked at these rankings and we've discussed them as a commission and we've kind of done an informal, who would be for this, against it, and I think we always had consensus. And same for much of what came out of the steering committee. And I recall that, selecting the offenses for which upward ranking and downward ranking, as well as selecting the topics for the steering committee and then prioritizing those, that all stem from the public engagement. So I feel like everything up on the wall is a result of what we heard from the public. So I'm hopeful that we keep that in mind and don't view this as, well, let's start over. I mean, we ended up here as a result of what we heard over the past 2 years.
I just want to go back to what Marlon was saying, and I think it was really important. He's touching on objective 4, which is relative to the guidelines, the current guidelines, the revised guidelines contribute to improved public safety, more consistent sentencing, and decreased disparities. And I think what he was touching on is the fact that some of the offenses that were ranked directly impact folks, and those folks who, in our engagement sessions, specifically the incarcerated folks, had opposing feedback. So thinking about how what we heard from the public, from the incarcerated individuals does not reflect the rankings that you all done for some of the offenses. And thinking about how it might contribute to decrease or increase disparities. Am I correct, Marlon?
Last word from anyone? Okay, thank you. Kelly, if it's all right, I think we can move on to the next body of work, and that is all about re-ranking offenses. We've got some presentations. Do you want to
Yep.
set that up?
So I'm
And I
gonna
will-
go ahead and call Julia to the front. So all along, we set some research topics in motion to help inform our decisions. Julia Laskarinsky with the University of Minnesota had been conducting interviews on some of the offenses that had high departure rates. And so she has given us some of that information along the way, but she's here to give us the rest of it. And the reason that we're putting it here before we talk about the rankings that we worked through over the past several months is just in case anything she says changes your mind about decisions that were made or gives you an alternative that you want to bring to the table as we discuss this today. So thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Clarifying question, is the PowerPoint that's going to be up there the one I sent you already?
It's the first one where I fixed the Sun State.
Okay, that's fine. I made a couple of changes based on some things in your packet, but we'll go with what's already loaded on there. So how do I move it?
If you want me to do it, that's fine. I'll just say next slide.
Just next slide. Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Julia Laskarinsky. I'm the research director at the Robina Institute. It is wonderful to be here in person as opposed to being like a big talking head up above you. So I'm very glad to be here. This is going to be a continuation of a presentation that I did a couple months ago. I conducted interviews with practitioners in order to get a sense of how plea bargaining is done, in order to get a sense of what practitioners think about the current rankings of some of the offenses that you have identified that have high departure rates. And when I presented a couple months ago, I presented on a second-degree assault as well as aggravated robbery. And today I am back and I am giving you some analysis on 3 offenses, and that's failure to register as a predatory offender, criminal vehicular homicide, and felony DWI. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because this is the same slide from the last time I was here, but the purpose of the presentation is to assist the commission members in making decisions around re-ranking and provide insight from prosecutors and defense attorneys on why departures happen for high departure offenses. We can go to the next slide. Since the last time that I came, I added one more to my interview. So we have a total of 20 across rural, suburban, and urban areas, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and I also interviewed a couple dispositional advisors as well, and they provided some interesting context. And so I went through and looked for themes across these offenses. Next slide. So let's talk about failure to register as a predatory offender, and I believe that's one of the proposals that you're considering today. So this is at the very bottom of the sex offense grid at severity level I. There is a mandatory minimum that applies to this offense. For the first offense, it's 1 year and 1 day in prison, and for the subsequent, it's 2 years. And that is a mandatory minimum that applies to all cases. So it has a very high departure rate, like over half. You know what, I may just glance at my laptop for this, so I don't have to keep so over half get probation, and then a significant amount also get a shorter probation, prison term when they do get prison. So why is this happening? We can go into the next one. So before I talk about the reasons for the high departure rate, I'll just say that I very quickly learned that this is a very, very complex statute, and that it is there are a lot of moving parts, and there are a lot of moving parts that can end up in somebody failing to register, right? So the registration is at least 10 years for individuals who are required to register, but it can be lifetime. It actually doesn't require a conviction for a registrable offense or a sex offense at all. It requires a conviction on the same case, which I was surprised about. And so many of the requirements are quite strict, frankly. So if you change your residence, you change your work, you get a new car, you essentially have to file within 5 days, you have to file that registration to update it. And so if you don't do that, that is failure to register. And particularly for people who are indigent, if you don't have a permanent address, you are required to come into the police station every single week to check in, and that's how you're fulfilling that requirement. Finally, violations extend the registration period by 5 years. And I don't know if that's in every single case, but my general sense was that it was pretty common. And so common factors that support departures, the most common one that I heard is that it's a non-deliberate infraction. So this wasn't somebody that was trying to hide from the police. They weren't trying to avoid detection. This was frankly just a clerical error on their part, right? So a defense attorney in a rural area saying a lot of times there's confusion over what the obligations are, and the client is honestly trying to comply with the law and makes a mistake. And it's not an intentional one. So I think prosecutors look at these cases and they just think it's not worth going to trial over, and they'll offer something that clients will consider taking. The other one that came up in almost every conversation that I had was individuals who have who may be unhoused and have instability-based factors. So this is a prosecutor from an urban area. When you're homeless and you lose your residency, you have to report to local law enforcement agency within a very short period of time, and people don't do that because they're worried about shelter, food, water, medicine, and they're also addicted to other things, and you didn't comply with that very short window, so now there's a charge for failure to register, and then with every charge you now have additional time where you have to statutory register. So a perpetual cycle where you'll never not have to register. And so really what we end up doing is prosecuting indigency, right? That was a common theme for individuals, particularly that did not have housing that they could, stability in their housing. The other reason was, frankly, this is an offense where you can argue there's no direct harm to a victim, right? Obviously, it's an offense against the community, but there's no victim. So a defense attorney from a rural area said you could have 5, 6 prior felony fleeings in a motor vehicle and it's still presumptive probation, but failure to register any single one, and you have to argue for probation, and it just doesn't seem to fit the harm involved. There was also a consideration of the underlying offense. That was important as well. And so a prosecutor from a rural area saying it's a world of difference between someone who's been convicted of a sex offense or even a violent crime sex offense, not notifying the authorities where they're at. To me, that's a higher public safety risk than the individual whose crime technically is not on the list of registration offenses, but because it was charged under the same sentence, that defendant now has to register. So is this a person that is considered risky? Do they have a risky criminal history? That matters a lot for whether or not a departure is going to be offered by the prosecution. I'm looking here. Okay, you already went. Thank you. So this is, and then very commonly, and this is true, you'll notice this is a theme across most of these offenses, right? For a first-time offense, generally prison was considered to be less appropriate. So a defense attorney from a rural area is saying, I think they're getting prison mostly because of the cumulative nature of their criminal history. If genuinely all they have on their record is a sex offense, the sex offense that got them there and the failure to register, they're not going to prison, despite that, that mandatory minimum. Okay, and so I will say there was, this is an offense that had a lot of agreement about prosecutors and defense attorneys. For the most part, I would say that prosecutors were much less likely to offer a plea bargain departure for a subsequent FTR. They took those a lot more seriously, whereas defense attorneys tended to kind of think, that prison probably wasn't appropriate for this offense at all at any point, unless there was intentional, there was an intention to flee or to not register. So there was also a theme of durational departures for this offense. Those were considered common across the board. So a defense attorney is saying from an urban area, if you cannot get an agreement for probation or the judge is just like, no, I'm not doing this, they generally will give a durational departure because everybody agrees and acknowledges this is a victimless crime. And with that, there were just some systemic and practical considerations around this offense. Many prosecutors said, I've never taken this to trial, or we just do not take these to trial. So this is a prosecuting attorney who's a managing attorney from an urban area. Do I want one of my attorneys trying a predatory offender violation case? I absolutely do not, because the attorney needs to be trying a case where we have an active victim. If someone is willing to accept responsibility and go to prison for a shorter period of time, I would absolutely incentivize that. So that's getting at that durational departure. And just as well, when these individuals are picked up because of their criminal history, they are generally held in jail, and so they're ranking up, but they're getting credit for that time. So that can lead to a durational departure in this way. So this is a different prosecutor from an urban area. A lot of times they're in custody, so they're just stacking up credit. So you're doing a durational to get that case done. Well, you've been in for 16. I'll give you a durational to 17. You'll do a few more days and then you're out of there. So they're trying to clear that case off their docket. Okay. A lot of comments on the mandatory minimum, as you can guess, right? A lot of issues with the mandatory minimum, general agreement that this wasn't the type of offense that required where prison was appropriate, particularly for first time. Oh, okay. So prosecutor from a rural area is, I'm going to run through a couple of these kind of quickly, but they're essentially saying they understand that there are situations where they know, prison is appropriate, but it's not appropriate in every single case. They think prosecutorial discretion is appropriate for these cases. I believe there is, I just saw there was a commission proposal to move the FRPO to the standard grid. I didn't get a lot of people who volunteered that as an option. I did ask some in interviews and they said, yes, that makes sense. But in general, people agreed that this was appropriate on the bottom of the grid. And people generally agreed that prison shouldn't be the presumptive sentence for a first time, particularly for a first time offense. So there's some alignment, I think, between what you're considering and what practitioners are considering. So let me get to felony DWI. I'm not gonna go through all of this because I feel like you already have looked at just all the different moving parts with a felony DWI. I will say, the mandatory minimum applies to all cases, but within the mandatory minimum, you can stay the sentence. I will say a lot of practitioners thought that this statute was particularly complicated and they had difficulty understanding all the different moving parts. This is an offense that has a high prosecutor objection rate, which generally means that there are more straight pleas, which I will talk about. Okay, so this is an offense where dispo advisors were often hired because these were individuals that were seen as being amendable to probation. And so we got there was a lot of commentary on the role of dispositional advisors, getting people into treatment, doing the risk assessment, essentially setting people up to increase the chances of a departure from a judge. This is what this defense attorney is saying. You also essentially had individuals that by the time they got to in front of a judge, it may be 6, 8, 9 months later, right? And so this entire time they may be in treatment. So a prosecutor from a rural area saying it's the kind of offense where it's easier for defense to argue to a judge that they're going through treatment, they're doing well in treatment, they're following through on their conditions. So maybe the court can just see if they can follow through on that. Participation in DWI court for the jurisdictions that had them, huge. DWI court was for the jurisdictions that had them, people really liked. It was a huge benefit. So a prosecutor from a rural area is talking about how much they like and respect the program, ran by a great judge. They're at 110, 120 graduates, low recidivism rate. So if you're a judge considering prison or this program that's well vetted, regarded, perhaps you would consider getting somebody into that program instead of prison. Long interval between offenses. If somebody's offense was seen as a relapse as opposed to compulsive behavior in a short period of time, that increased the likelihood of departure. If somebody's prior offense was 25 years ago, maybe they can be put into treatment. Again, this is similar to failure to register. This is an offense that there's no victim and no direct harm to a victim. And so whenever you have a lack of a victim or no direct harm, it is easier to come to an agreement about a departure. And again, individuals who have DWIs who are put on monitoring, they're put on monitoring for 5 years, and that can often make judges feel like they have more control over that person's a sentence. So a prosecutor from an urban area so I've heard judges say, well, because you have intense supervision, I'm more comfortable giving you a departure because we'll know if you've been drinking and we know if you're going to fail. So there's more control over that person's behavior that you may not have for other offenses. I'll just say for both CVH and DWI, this was an offense that was seen as having a very different demographic makeup than other types of offenses like robbery or assault too. These are clients who are more likely to have resources. These are clients who are more likely to have a private attorney and no criminal history score. And so I got a really great quote from a prosecutor in a suburban area saying you get the soccer mom in the school line just like you get the most hardened criminals for this offense, right? So that can increase the likelihood of departure because of those resources and because they can get into the right kinds of treatment. Again, this was an offense that had a higher likelihood of straight pleas, and so judges were seen as more amendable to give departures for this as opposed to prosecutors. My understanding is there is no proposal on the table to re-rank this offense because there was general agreement from the commission that this is ranked appropriately, if I'm correct, right? And I think that is generally in line I'm sorry, I'm like skipping over a couple of things, but because I'm trying to get through it. Yeah, but I think that's probably, and I think for the most part, what the commission's consideration of this and what the practitioners talked about is in line. I will talk about CVH very quickly. This is a severity level 8. It's the only offense that I asked about that did not have a mandatory minimum, so there's nothing at play here. It does have a very high prosecutor objection rate coupled along with a very high departure rate. This was a very, very difficult offense to summarize because this had very little agreement again across not just prosecutors and defense attorneys, but across different jurisdictions. There was very different cultures. Some individuals said we don't see departures. They did not think this was a high departure offense in their jurisdiction. They thought they don't give out departures, and others did. Again, similar to assault to an aggravated robbery, this is an offense that encompasses a lot of different types of behavior. And so you have what people would call distracted driving, extreme distracted driving, and what a prosecutor from a rural area would say a chronic drunk with a lengthy driving history. And so you have that's a wide swath of behavior that has to be covered under one specific statute, right? And so for some of these, prison was seen as too severe compared to the nature of the conduct. Similar to DWI, for a lot of these offenses, lack of criminal history increased the likelihood of departure. Huge influence from the victim's family. This is an offense where what the victim's family wanted essentially dictated what the prosecutor did. And that was both when a victim's family did not want to pursue prison for the offender and when they did, right? So the prosecutor was very responsive to that. Similar to DWI, this is the demographics that increase amendability to probation. And we can go to the next one. High prosecutor objection rate for this one. Prosecutors generally thought this offense was very serious and generally did not like that starting out of the gate that it's 48 months. So the prosecutors noted frustration from the victims' families about the perception of inadequate punishment in certain cases. So this prosecutor is talking about how, for some extreme CVH behaviors that led to a CVH, particularly extreme behaviors, 48 months doesn't seem like it's very appropriate. I had a little bit of a harder time kind of comparing this against what you all voted for as a commission a couple months back. But in general, there was little support for downranking this offense from practitioners. Gross negligence was generally seen as the least prison worthy, but it did not, there was no practitioner consensus to downrank this. What did get support was up-ranking egregious conduct. And this wasn't just intoxication or just leaving the scene. It was egregious conduct within those categories. So heavy intoxication, not just you're blowing a 0.09, you're blowing a 0.3, extreme speeding, you're going 50 miles over the speed limit in a school zone or something like that. So yes, there was general consensus to uprank that. I know you are considering a proposal to re-rank CVH. I just saw that while impaired and with a prior DWI. While I don't have data to that level of specificity, I would say that probably falls in line with what you would call extreme conduct, having, intoxication and having a prior aggravating factor. I would say there's probably some consensus there as well. I think that, I think I got the gist of it. And you can read more of the really great quotes in there that I didn't have a chance to read to you in the printouts, because I think there's a lot of really rich data in there. And I was just very pleased with how open and forthcoming everybody was about their opinions. Thank you. I don't know. Do we have?
Are you able to stay for a little
Yes.
while? Okay.
Yes, if there's, I know I ran through a lot of stuff very quickly, so there's something you want me to expand on, please ask me.
Kelly, I'm going to just ask a process question of you. I'm wondering if Matt and Leah's presentation could go immediately, and then depending on where we're sitting, use the time right after that for clarifying questions on everything, because I'm understanding that this information builds on it. So if that's okay,
Sounds
we'll
good.
wait, just jot down any questions you might have for Julia now. We'll hear from Matt and Kelly, or Matt and Leah. And you'll be hanging around for.
Okay, so you.
Perfect.
I
Thank
will.
you, Julia.
All right.
Kelly,
At
you
my
want to
spot.
tee up what Matt and Leah are going to be talking about and help the rest of the group understand how the building process works of information?
So, as you know, we've all been working through the re-rankings, and I might be repeating what they're gonna say, but we've all been working through re-rankings in 3 areas. And so what staff have done, have gone through all of the discussions that we had to try to find those areas where it appeared that there was consensus to make a change. They're only going to talk to us about the things that appeared to have consensus for change. Nothing else that we reviewed on the list. Let me hand it over to you.
All right, well, you kind of did do my introduction.
Sorry.
No worries. You probably did it more successfully and better than I did. But real quickly, so you all know, because you've been spending the last commission meetings talking about re-ranking. And so just a reminder that originally, the plan for the comprehensive review was to do a more comprehensive review of the ranking of the offenses, but due to the time frame, the commission really honed in on 3 groupings of offenses, and those groupings were CVH, CVO, DWI, fleeing police officer. That was one group. Assaults, including domestic assaults and violations, and ag robbery, and then the failure to register for predatory offenders and the ineligible persons possessing firearms, ammos. So we're going to summarize, like Kelly said, what we heard about from the ranking, or what we gathered from the ranking forms and what was discussed at the commission meeting, and only focus on those certain offenses that seem to have the highest interest in some form of re-ranking. So we're going to start off with the CVH, CVO offense bucket. And there were 3 offenses there that the commission, there seemed to be areas of agreement to re-rank. And those 3 offenses were CVH, while impaired and prior, as and Julia kind of referred to that offense. CVO, great bodily harm, gross negligence, and CVO, great bodily harm while impaired. And if you go to the next slide, what we did is we kind of broke each offense down, and you could hone in where they fall on the grid. Now, just wanting to say, when it says old in yellow, that really means current. That's the current ranking. It's not old. Might be one day, but it's the current ranking. And the new would be what the commission is seeming to lean towards. So with the CVH, gross negligence before and after, kind of the current severity level is 8. There seemed to be interest in upranking it to a 9. And then for the CVO, great bodily harm, gross negligence, again, the current ranking is severity level 5. Seemed to be interest in upranking that to a severity level 6. And then this is similar for the CVO, great bodily harm while impaired. Again, the current ranking is a 5, and the idea of a new ranking seemed to be a 6. So that kind of is a zooming in, and then we tried to zoom out to what the kind of offense bucket looks like on the grid. And if those 3 offenses were re-ranked, this is what it would look like. We have a little animation there. That's how exciting we get with our PowerPoints. But so you'll see those are the three offenses that, so the CBH while impaired and prior would move up to the 9. And those CVOG, great bodily harms, would move up from the 5 to 6. So that kind of shows you in relation to the other offenses in those categories where they would fall on the grid. And so we're going through this quickly. You've seen this and there'll be time to discuss this, but we're just doing a really quick overview for you. And so I'll pass it over to Matt for the next group.
Yeah, the next group are the assault, protective order violations, and aggravated robbery offense that we looked at. And for this group of offenses, it's really split into, we do have a split between some up-rank offense and one down-ranked offense, as you can see within the packet. So the offenses that we identified as having interest in up-ranking were assault 2, substantial bodily harm, dangerous weapon, assault 3, substantial bodily harm, all assault 4 offenses, and then a domestic assault strangulation. And then the lone down-ranking offense for this group was assault 1, grave bodily harm. And so similarly, then the next few pages just show where those land on the grid, with the old change being the current ranking once again, and the new change being the identified ranking. So assault 1 moves from severity level 9 down to severity level 8. Assault 2 dangerous weapon and substantial bodily harm moves from 6 to 7. Assault 3, substantial bodily harm moves from 4 to 5. All assault 4 offenses move from 1 to 3. So this was the only offense that we identified that's jumping more than 1 severity level in its re-ranking decision. And then domestic assault strangulation moves from a 4 to a 5. The next page just shows all the offenses as they would land on the sentencing guidelines grid in comparison to each other. So you can get that proportional look from the overview. And then we do have some nice animations just to show, the one assault 1 moves down, and then assault 2, substantial bodily harm moves up, so on and so forth. So that's it for assault, protective order violations, and aggravated robbery offenses. I'm going to pass back to you real quick to discuss failure to register as a predatory offender.
Yeah, so for these 2 offenses, the failure to register offenses, there was talk and also on the ranking forums, there were a lot of comments about potentially removing this offense from the sex offender grid and moving it to the standard grid. Now that we didn't get into conversations about actually where to rank it, so MSGC staff came up with these identified severity levels. So I just want to put that on the table. So right now, these 2 offenses fall on the sex offender grid, and they are at severity level I. And the staff is proposing to move that failure to register, the first one, to the standard grid to severity level 2, and then that failure to register the second or subsequent severity level 4. So that's the only maybe a little new piece of information in this packet. So I just want to call that out. Yes, and we did not put that on the grid. That's just the only visual for that piece of information.
And then we just have this summary of identified rankings table just to show all offenses, regardless of the group, all at one time, similar to give that like proportional, comprehensive overall look that we use the grid with. We want to do that here in the table so you can see all of the offenses and the identified rankings that we saw. We didn't talk anything about the legislative recommendations during this presentation. We just focused this presentation on the re-ranking decisions and where they would land on the grid. And we wanted to just share that was omitted for this presentation. That's it for us. I'd like to open it up.
Excellent. I can already see we've got some clarifying questions. At least Julia's back over there in the gallery. But you can step in if you've got questions specific to her. And Kathy, go ahead.
So I would like to, what's the rationale for where you're ranking them on the failure to register on the standard grid with the severity level 2 and 4, what's,
I can speak to that. So,
Okay.
again, my status quo bias, I was trying to maintain, currently the weighting that's given to prior failure to registers is a half point if it was the first offense and a full point if it was a second or subsequent. So ranking these at 2 and 4 would accomplish that because offenses that are ranked at 2 get a half a point in future weightings, and offenses that are ranked at 4 get a full point in future weightings. You might think, well, it's at the bottom of the sex offender grid, so it should be at the bottom of the standard grid. But if you look at the durations for that, the bottom of the sex offender grid is higher than the bottom of the standard grid, basically. It goes up to 36 months. So I was trying to sort of split the difference there a little bit. I know that 4 doesn't quite get up to 36 months, but 5 gets up so much higher than 36 months. It seemed like 2 and 4 was generally consistent with the way things are now. It's not precise, but you know, it does. There are a lot of special rules too with failure to register being on the sex offender grid because it's not a sex offense. So, you know, there's, you know, except for failure to register comes up quite a bit in the guidelines. So this would be a simplifying thing if it were moved.
Michelle, was that a hand up or thinking?
just, I've found a way to diagram it and I think it's helpful for people to see. And I'm just trying to see if I can break it down into a couple lines. For a first offense, if you put it on the regular grid at 1 as opposed to the sex offender grid, it looks like, you know, with no criminal history points, it's the same. But then all the way across, there's a significant reduction in terms of the presumptive sentence for the first offense. Whereas for the second offense, it would be the same again at 0 criminal history points, but then just a little bit higher. So for example, 2 criminal history points, 15 instead of 14, 3, 18 instead of 16, 3, 21 instead of 18. So for that second one, it does inch up. And even though the midpoint is not the same, as Kelly just pointed out to me, the range at 5 and 6 criminal history points encompasses the top end of the sex offender presumptive at 5 and 6. So that's my way of saying, if the thinking is, which seems to be consistent with what we've heard, first one, people are willing to give a break. Second one, not so much. What Nate has suggested kind of reflects that by giving a little bit of boost for the second one, which gets bigger, not because you have more and more of these, but because of your criminal history score, which could include any number of things. I don't know if that helps, but that's what I'm seeing.
Was that aligned, Nate, with what you were suggesting here? I just want to make sure everybody's tracking all of this information. So good. I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. So here's a chance, if you need more clarification, to speak up.
And everyone has the grid in their packet. I had to pull mine out like immediately.
6 months difference.
All right, more questions? Yeah, please, go
I
ahead.
have a pretty basic question. When you're saying there was interest among the commission to up rank or down rank, is that just based on the numerical count of the number of commissioners that expressed an interest, or?
It was based on both the rankings and after discussion. So we took both kind of data points into account.
Okay, but it's not based on like a particular vote or, okay.
In terms of like a vote that a commission member put
Or
forth,
like our
not at all.
submissions alone, for example.
Not submissions alone,
Okay.
correct.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, and some commissioners didn't participate, so.
Right.
So really, everything that they said about, you know, it should be viewed as very preliminary. It's sort of the point of this meeting is to say, is this what we want to do? That this is sort of the vibe that we got from you, but we're not really sure if it's correct. So this is trying to see what is the consensus.
More clarifying questions for any of the 3 presenters? Oh, yeah, please, I'm sorry.
I have a question for Julia.
I'm here.
Okay, so you indicated that 3 groups that you talked to were prosecutors, defense attorneys, and then dispo advisors. That was a group that you added. right? So I'm curious if you talk to any probation folks, because probation people and their PSIs that they submit to the court, they analyze the aggravating and mitigating factors independently for the court in their report. So they function as essentially a dispo advisor, because small county attorneys, I don't know if big county attorney officers have their internal dispo advisors, but we rely on probation to do that analysis. Did you talk to anybody from probation to sort of, because dispo advisors are typically from the defense side of things. Did you talk to any probation officers related to sort of their analysis of recommendations for departures when they submit those requests to the court?
I did not. You're saying that there are some jurisdictions who don't use dispo advisors, or that they use probation, the probation office along with the dispo advisors?
In my practice out in Greater Minnesota, dispositional advisors are people that come from the public defender's office. They do
Yeah.
not come from the prosecutor side. And so the prosecutors don't have that person sort of weighing in. What they rely on
Yeah.
is independently probation staff and their PSI to the court does an analysis of the sentence, and then it's supposed to analyze both the aggravating and mitigating factors, if any, in the case. And that's part of the report. And so from my perspective, that is my dispo advisor in the sense that they're
Yeah.
providing that information.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, I did not talk to anybody. And I will say I only talked to 2 dispo advisors, and it was just to get a sense of, their role in the process. But I assume I got some sense of, if what you're talking about is information that a prosecutor would use to make a decision, I mean, those are reflected in the interviews. But no, that's an excellent point. And if there's any interest in kind of continuing some of this work, I can certainly speak to probation. Yeah.
Thank you. If I could also add on to that, so we engage with all 3 of the probation. Sorry. So MAD actually engaged with all 3 of the probation systems in Minnesota. And a lot of what we hear back from the probation practitioners is that supervision practitioner workload is heavily impacted by the complexity and inaccuracies in sentencing worksheets, suggesting that some tasks, such as worksheet preparation, might be better handled by attorneys or other justice partners. I don't know if that answers your question, but a lot of our feedback from probation officers from all 3 systems mentioned the inaccuracies in worksheets.
The worksheets aren't really what it goes to. There's a summary in the report.
The value
Tanya
summary.
can talk to that.
So there's an evaluation summary that the probation officers put together.
Uh-huh.
Has that everybody mitigating, and then they'll make a recommendation to the court based on those guidelines and their perspectives based on the entire PSI in the value of sub PSI.
And does that happen for all cases, some cases at the request of the judge, or?
Anyone that a PSI is ordered on.
Okay. Yeah.
Felonies.
Yep.
Yeah.
In theory.
Interesting. Okay.
And it's domestic PSIs missing.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I have a related question for you, Julia. It says that you did 20 interviews of prosecutors, defense attorneys, and dispositional advisors. So I understand 2 of them were dispositional advisors. So does that mean 18?
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, can you give us any more detail about when you say a rural prosecutor? I mean, I think I have the impression, I could be wrong, that urban prosecutors and defense lawyers are going to have many more of these cases from which to opine on than a rural prosecutor or defense lawyer has. And so I'm curious how you kind of reconciled the fact that you're talking to some people who have very few cases and other people that have lots and lots of cases.
Yeah, so I'll say a couple of things about that. For particularly CBH, that was an offense that I talked to several people who just had never had experience with CBH, so it was just a smaller sample overall. I'll say one thing I was surprised about is people move back and forth across counties and across professions as well. And so a lot of times it wasn't that, somebody's in a rural district and they're a defense attorney, so they don't have experience with this. It was like, I've been doing this for 25 years and I've moved from being a prosecutor to defense attorney across this district. So they had some general experience. And I do think that, frankly, for some of these offenses were just much more common in the urban areas. Aggravated robbery mainly came from the two urban areas I talked to. I will say I oversampled the Ramsey and Hennepin. And because of that, I mean, because they make up, I think, what is it? Hennepin, it's like 40% of cases come from there, right? So you just, yeah. So, I mean, I reconciled it that way in a sense. Yeah.
All right. So it's time, I think, to move on to the next step. And this is where you all take the information that you've been absorbing along this whole journey and the new information in some cases that you heard from this morning and weigh in individually in 3 different areas. And that's where you're going to get up and do that. I call it a walkabout at the stations in the back here. The proposal et al. In total for the CVO, CVH, the assaults proposal, and the failure to register proposal. Those are the 3 my words buckets that you're going to be addressing right now. You remember, and I pulled it back up on the screen, this approach called gradients of agreement, basically that alliteration of I love it, I like it, I can live with it, I'm leery of it, I loathe it. If you fall into the love, like, live with, all you need to do is grab a marker here, go back to those 3 stations and put a circle on the top line and with your initials in it. It says initial here. It doesn't say it on the posters themselves, but you get the idea. If you have some serious concerns, the leery of it or the loathing, right? Remember, we're doing more than just thumbs up, thumbs down, because people have all those different shades in their heads. Take a yellow sticky. Either use the felt tip marker, or if you want to bring a regular pen along, write down what it is you are concerned about. Put your initials on it, and then also say, this is what it would take. This is the tweak it would take to get me up to at least living with this full proposal for CVO, CVH, okay? Without losing everybody else. So this isn't a time to drop a bomb in the center of the room and blow the whole thing up. Right? I mean, you've been on too long a journey to drop bombs in the middle of the room, really. So it's I'm close. This is the thing. Here's how I propose we tweak the thing without everybody else falling away in terms of their bill. Okay? Does that process make sense to you? Finally, no riding the lines. I gave you more options than thumbs up, thumbs down. So if you're tempted to put your circle dot right on one of the lines, dividing the love, live with, or something like that, and I know you're out there, put that sucker square in the middle of the box. No riding the lines. We don't know what that means, so don't ride the line. And we're going to take up through and into lunch if you need more time to just sit and think. So this is the last thing we'll do before we break for lunch. Get in the quiet of your own headspace to do this. That's just fine. I'm here to answer any process questions. And then we will do the debriefing and understanding and sense making, whatever word you want to use when we come back together after lunch. We have a half an hour for lunch. I think I'm looking around for whomever is in the know. Yeah, I saw food coming in, so yay for that. Anybody have any questions? You know where your supplies are, you know what your task is, you know that I'm here to answer any questions if you get lost along the way.
Maybe we should move the supplies to the back for now.
I can absolutely do that. The only reason this chair is here is because I have tripped over that plug-in 3 times. So, but I'll move it back there. All right.
All right.
Just start.
That's an excellent question. She did.
We need that announcement.
I don't know what it is. So think about it and figure it out.
I know that she's from that, so we have.
Yeah.
We go.
We're informed who I introduced.
Always.
We've all seen it. It took my time. And informal.
Am I talking about getting things off? How are you?
I was doing great.
So-
Some of the fall of
Well,
it is commendable.
I just heard.
I also wanted to do
Everyone else, I was like, well, you give me something that's like, I said my opinion.
Like the thing you asked about.
Yeah, yeah, well, you know, it is puzzling, I mean, I think I understand that they're reluctant to weigh in on issues that are coming forward. Yeah, yeah, and the other, I mean, I've said this before, and I just didn't want to belabor it or sound too disgruntled, but in another piece of information that we have made no use of is our Reese's does, it's in the database.
Yep.
You know, and I assume it agrees with, you know, all of these outreach things that have been done, and if it doesn't agree, why not?
Were you here?
I did.
At your very first.
Lumping them all together.
The name was.
Yeah, I know. We probably.
I think.
Whatever we.
Right. Yeah, that's not- it's just like thinking there's two people. I just need more facilitation.
You know, it's a very valid point.
Although, but you could have an issue.
Good, how have you been? You're alive. Great stuff, you're helping people like me.
Versus
I
somebody.
think maybe a short something like it's later. I think.
I always get so wide eyed when I hear it. Right. I mean, you don't understand, I don't even understand that.
You get emails, but you know, you got emails that, you know,
Yes, please, please, absolutely.
Well, because you all have.
contact with whether the, whatever connection.
The next level.
Afraid to say something stupid and not.
Yeah, yeah,
For sure. It is intimidating for me.
How's your car?
Research, like, open this information, I'm like. I just. You guys do a great job. Actually, you do about this.
Because it's really about
What's that?
Right now, it's like.
Driving. Sometimes like even putting words together. I'm not even sure what my question is. I just know I don't understand it.
What I would recommend.
These are all just That's what I just more of one. And it's so much. Tons of information. Yeah, and just like exclamation.
Yeah.
You're asking around, but take it off. And then you take that, and then there's discussions sometimes, okay.
Hey, so where's my?
You're like, well, yeah, but other crimes that should be up or down. I'm like, well, wait, like, I can only focus on this. I can't look at, then let's just, you know, rank them all away. I'm moving one up and one down, you know, maybe, I don't know. Figure out why. That would be, right, right. Just put, you know, 1 to 100, all the crimes, and then I'd be like, this one's worse than that. It's less than that, and you start, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. But you guys have done a lot, complicated for sure. You guys have done a lot to make it understandable.
Pressure on you.
Right, and I think about that too, sometimes I'm like, public. Yeah, yes, yes. I mean, it's weird because you're here as an individual. Like, I mean, you know, just even the, you know, that right there, it's like a whole profession. You're like, oh my God. But then you also like,
Yeah, yeah. Right. it's, no, right, yeah.
I thought it was ball.
Yeah.
Part of us.
No, like,
Oh, we can do this.
Well, yes, okay, yeah, there, yes, they're used to it. And that would be good signs. I'm so curious. I'm gonna ask Chris if he remembered the administrative departure data, so I wonder if he's looked at that. Right, and so if you're upranking, yeah. Like what are other? Yeah.
So I mean, I guess I changed it since I put my initials on. I guess I put it on there.
Yeah.
Sharon and I talked along the
A
friend of ours that went to college with.
Like it literally just dawned on me. I'm really skeptical.
Thank you. Thank you. He's gonna laugh about all of it.
And take that's my sense. I mean, it makes sense. Like, so the big changes that incarceration period, they're actually
Say your lyrics.
which makes sense. Essentially what I did is I got see actually.
I think that was ironic, especially when they're saying, it's a big and then they're saying, well, for CPH, it's like they, you know, decision making.
Mix of like, that's my fact. I was like, whoa, some amount of.
Or homicide.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
This gives me time.
It's a good time. So it's like there is an incapacity effect, but when you like figure it out.
It's gotta be some kind of.
You know,
I do think there's a lot of nuances to it.
I think gross negligence is part of the street racing.
I know,
It's a little more than negligence. It's a little more than. But it's pretty close.
Yeah, you know,
It's not exactly.
Be going 10 miles over the speed.
I think that's not good.
And so it's a more nuanced point. I've been
I would say if the column.
I'd love to see it when you're done. It's gonna be very easy. Tim said, "I'm sure I should." I enjoyed helping get it. Yeah, because
As opposed to quick checking something, that's sort of like.
I don't say well, but I know.
Adjusting your radio.
Yeah, but I don't.
No,
I guess that makes sense. But I can almost guarantee that's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the data.
So, all that. Yeah, you want, and you do want to see my payment, right? So you don't like. So after that, right, I said, you don't care about it, but that's. And because you like, they're both.
The only thing you so was, prosecutor position, because that's judge down, that's judge. Which is still no reason for that.
So after that.
You don't have a deadline, but you actually start.
Yes, from my time in the.
We don't have say case laws in. I think we have one.
I like these, I get them in blue. And the same thing with
That comment about that's whose car.
A nice
car.
yeah. But I probably in blue, but I mean, somewhere.
Right, right.
Neon point or fine point?
Well, you know, gosh.
I like neon point.
That's around here, so that's actually.
I have a quick question for you. Did you do any sort of analysis on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I don't know offhand.
Justin, so.
Okay, then. I didn't know if they were gonna. Say something
They're always interesting, you know, why, you know.
Members, have your attention for just a moment, please. Just so that there's not out of a lot of people, so I- Members, you are finished putting your scoring in. Lunch is ready over on that table, so please, by all means, go ahead and get some food back over there. We'll start up again at 12:30.
Make it efficient. I know, it's like we were.
My wife is a judge.
Like,
okay.
you interested?
Yeah.
But it was fun.
For some of these people who back we're missing 2 people. The first one will be, it won't be as critical if they're a few minutes late. So let's go ahead and get started again. You let us know when we're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, we are back on.
Excellent. All right, let's just do a quick recap of where you were this morning through the process, right? We got ourselves situated. I explained the love like Leary live, Leary load, the whole gradients of agreement thing. So we got a sense of how we're going to move through the day. And then you heard some presentations, starting with Shamsa and Charlie on the stakeholder engagement. We had that big long report. They walked you through some of the highlights there. And then Julia came in and presented on a summary of semi-structured practitioner interviews related to practice and departure rates for specific offenses. Talked about that. And then Leah and Matt joined us and focused in on some specific highlights. Then you went in and started looking at these 3 key areas, CVO, CVH, adult or assaults, excuse me, and then failure to register. Those are the 3 bucket areas that we're looking at and weighed in on this gradients of agreement. So now we're going to spend some time processing where y'all landed and looking in particular at areas that came out with comments in the Leary loathe category, and see what we can do together to nudge up to get people to at least the live with stage, which begs the larger question of, well, what is consensus anyway, right? We haven't really landed on what does it mean when we've had or reached consensus? What does it mean when we've reached that final decision point? Even though you're still on that longer journey of final sign-off. We've got a couple more months to go, but we're trying to take this at incremental steps. So for our purposes, the goal, we hope, is to get everybody up to that love like, or at least I can live with it stage on the areas that we'll be talking about today. Ultimately, though, everybody might not reach total agreement getting up to that live with stage. So you may never have perfect consensus if it's defined as those three categories. But at least we need to give some airtime to those people that have some concerns to be heard and see if, is there a way we could get that person up to the live with without everybody else dropping off. Okay, so we're living in that space today. Not final decision, it's a benchmark along the way. And it gives a whole lot of information to staff on how they need to spend their time over this next month and a half, really, of intensive work. Weeks, yeah. All right, so the first one we're dealing with is the CVO CVH. Good news here is the vast majority of you ended up in the love like live with. Now, one person had I'll call it just an editorial comment here. Remember, we weren't going to put comments in the love like live columns, just the Leary loathe. But just to let you know, this person said not high current down departure rates. Does that make sense? Not high current. Not high current down departure rates. Does that make sense? So somebody just had an editorial comment. I'm going to leave that in that category. Do with it what you may. They're not suggesting a change. They're just saying, this is what I'm thinking about right here, because I still voted in the live with. So I'm going to just pop that down there for now. You had, I think, one person and a second agreement. Remember, everybody else was in love like live with. That ended up in the Leary comment or column, and I'm going to read this to you. It is reading Martian to me, but it'll mean a lot to you, right? I agree with everything except CVO, CBH. Yep. Gross negligence. Don't see any need to up rank. High departure rate. Crime applies to non-intentional conduct, including texting while driving. High punishments won't deter crimes. Did you have a clarifying question, or was
That's my comment, yeah.
That's your comment. Did you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I will. So I'm fine with the other two ranking. I guess with gross negligence, we were just talking about this at the break a little bit. As I understand what gross negligence is under Minnesota law, it's something a little bit more than negligence, but not recklessness. And my concern with this is, for one thing, there's just not very many. This crime is almost never charged. And it could apply, I think, in cases where someone has their phone in front of them. Well, it's very dangerous to have your phone out, no question. It's very dangerous to be texting while driving or watching a movie while you're driving. Okay, but 99% of the time, you're not going to hit somebody, and your intention is not to hit somebody. And I think upranking this is just completely unnecessary, because it will not deter people from hitting people while they're doing something inattentive. It's not going to deter the conduct. It's just making it more complex, I think, for the district court judge to come up with a fair sentence. I think it will increase the it will increase the departure rate. Because you're gonna have people that just very sadly and unfortunately are not paying attention while they're driving, who end up hitting someone. And it's just gonna require more machinations from the judge, the defense lawyer, and the prosecutor to reduce the sentence, because I think people will understand that this person did not intend to hurt anyone. So I agree with the other two. I just think this one is really fundamentally different because the mens rea is really a tough one. I mean, it definitionally involves someone who does not intend to hurt anyone.
So whether or not you agree, do you all understand that point of view? Okay.
I also, my initials are on that comment.
Oh, you're,
too.
okay.
So, and I agree with that, as well. And I see a difference between the gross negligence and then the same crime while impaired. I just see more culpability on the impaired than on the gross negligence.
So could either one of you, as succinctly as possible, say, here is what we would like to tweak that we don't think would lose everybody else's vote? Can you boil it down to its most fundamental statement here?
I think we should just leave that crime at severity level 5. And the other ones.
That crime at severity level 5.
Correct.
Would that change, that tweak, cause anybody else's vote to fall into the Leary? 1, 2, 3. Not a simple majority, not a super majority, but it would cause people to move down to a 3 or down to a Leary. So that's where you'd stand with that change right now. Am I tracking? Is everybody tracking? Okay. So, but yet nobody's down below. You three who raise your hand said, it just tips me down a little bit. So we can leave it at that. So here's the proposal with the tweak. It would shift people down, and that's where you stand for now, and see if there's any more work that can be done between now then with that change and when you finally make a vote. Or we can have more of a discussion about what, is there even more, subtle tweaks to get those people back up? You've got some options. You tell me. And is the finger up because you want to say something? Yeah.
It is. This area, I respect the point of view. I've had both of these cases as a district court judge. And unfortunately, from the victim's perspective, it doesn't really matter, if just throwing that out there. But the notion of what gross negligence is murky. I think that it's really murky, but it's not just texting on the phone. I mean, in my understanding of gross negligence, you need to have multiple violations of traffic laws or other types of conduct that generally get you to a gross negligence case. The real hard ones are where if it is just the texting on the phone, that's maybe careless driving or reckless driving. And that's where, you really do see some pushback from victims' families, because the gulf between a misdemeanor and a felony CBO is a huge gulf. So I don't know, maybe some more work could be done on talking a little bit about, what gross negligence means. Because I hear what you're saying. I mean, there is a difference in conduct between the person who's, I had a trucker who was texting on the phone with a fully loaded semi-trailer with soybeans, speeding and blew a stop sign and killed 2 people at an intersection in rural Nobles County. And, it was a horrible, horrible thing. He had nothing on his record. He had no prior, he was just being inattentive, plus going too fast on a road that he shouldn't have been driving on. And so I think we had a contested omnibus hearing about whether that was gross negligence too. So that's really kind of the concern.
What I put in the packet, and I'm assuming I got this from case law or from the jury instructions, is grossly negligent is with very great negligence or without even scant care, if that's helpful. Scant.
Yeah.
That's really helpful, Justice Moore, and thank you for that. I guess I think given that there's so few cases, I guess what I would say is, do we need to give judges more leeway at the top end of the range for this? Given that there's so many cases, and I appreciate what you're saying, I mean, there may be more to it than just having a phone out, but not a lot more, right? Because you're likely to run a stop sign, you're likely to be speeding if you've got your phone out anyway. I just think the current, again, it's just guidance. It's not mandatory. I just think the current guidance is probably close enough to allow the judge to craft the right sentence, given the wide variation in facts of the cases. I don't know why we would need to go higher when we don't have any real concern that people aren't being fairly punished for this offense under the current severity level.
So what I think I hear you saying is, instead of my first proposal, maybe after hearing more and thinking more about it, it's the more leeway at the top end.
Oh, no, I'm not changing my
Oh, you're not,
position on it.
but I realize you're not changing where you land, but a fix. So even with that fix, that wouldn't get you up to.
I don't know that the fix that you're describing is something that we can do.
Oh,
I think the only fix that we could consider is leaving it at the same level.
Okay. Wow, 3, 8, 1. So 1, 2, 3.
Where does this fit in the context of manslaughter? I guess, will we be putting this at the same level?
This is just gross. Oh.
I know, but as far as the guideline, will we be putting it at the same level? Wouldn't we be putting it at the same level as manslaughter? Which is more of a deliberate disregard.
Second-degree manslaughter.
6
I'm
would
having
be
a
one.
little hard time hearing, so. I'm gonna get yelled at by Julie.
You're on.
So the question, and were you answering the question?
I was answering, yeah, so
Yeah.
I was just looking real quickly, like second-degree manslaughter, for example, is currently at severity level 5. There's a couple different ones. There's a hunting accident. There's a second-degree manslaughter, unborn child. That's at a severity level 5. Okay, at my little thing too. Yes.
So we do, in your package, you do have the severity level rankings, and manslaughter in the second degree by culpable negligence is at 8. So this would raise it above that, which is, would be a little.
It's a low.
5 to 6.
It wasn't the proposal to raise it resulting in death, raise it to 9? Did I misunderstand?
That's probably hard with a prior.
I thought that was gross negligence. Maybe I misunderstood the
Yeah, it's
presentation.
just a 6 is the CBO, GBH gross negligence.
So we have 2 more questions on the table. I want to get those out if that's okay.
Oh, I see.
Those out? I think you were next.
Yeah, first a statement to the justice's point. It's hard for me when we bring in other crimes and try to evaluate them without having the full, like, from 0 to 100. And that's an exercise, maybe easier for me to perceive, to say like, well, let's start with 1 and go through all of them and see which one is more like, and we're not gonna do that. That's gonna take too long. I'm curious, you're okay with the great bodily harm while impaired movement? Can you explain to me, I'm just curious your perspective on the difference between impaired versus any of the other things that could go along? I know you say just texting, and the other justice mentioned, that in the eyes of the victim, it's a decision to drink, it's a decision to text, decision to speed, do a couple of those things together. And so I'm curious the difference between impaired and the gross negligence.
Well, I think it goes back to Justice Moore's point about, and maybe I'm being a little bit too lawyerly about this, but I think it goes back to the mens rea of the offense. And as a lawyer, I know that it kind of sounds a little academic, but in those offenses where you have a prior I'll focus on the while impaired. My understanding of those offenses is that you have to volitionally do something, but definitionally for the gross negligence offense, you're doing it through inattentiveness. You haven't reached like the typical level of criminal culpability that we require for people to normally be convicted of a crime. And so definitionally, the person was doing this through lack of care, not through knowing and intentional conduct. And that to me opens up a lot of subjectivity in the prosecutor's charging decision. So do you treat this as careless driving, or do you take it one step further to be gross negligence? Whereas like, I think the other offenses, the while impaired, it's going to be a much more straightforward decision for most prosecutors and judges, I think, in those instances, that the person drank themselves until they were drunk. That's not just a 1 minute long thing that you did. I mean, you had to drink enough to make yourself drunk, get behind the wheel of a car, probably after you had done that, and then drive around and kill someone, right? But the gross negligence, I could see a scenario where you are careless for a minute while you're driving on the freeway, and a prosecutor viewing that as gross negligence and charging you with gross negligence. So I think that's pretty different.
That's fair. And I would look at it, say, the severity of driving a vehicle at 80 miles an hour, though it only takes a second, that decision to do that might be the same as sitting at a bar for a couple hours, and now you're in 09 and you make the decision. Like, to me, the length of the decision to get to that point isn't a factor for me.
I think the question is, how bad is it? Is it so bad that we need to make the severity level higher than it already is? And to me, anyway, the answer to that question is, I haven't seen anything that suggests we need to punish this more than we already do.
I'm going to interrupt here, not because it isn't a useful conversation, but I do have 2 more people queued up with questions. Michelle, I think you were first in that first group of 3, so I'll start with you and then Kathy.
Which is the comment more than a question. But first of all, I share your concern. Oh, do I need a mic? Or I can talk loudly. I recently had one of these cases. I'm going to comment on it because Gordy might reverse me. I'm glad. And I remember going through all the case law to figure out, okay, what is gross negligence? And I mean, you literally have, okay, you went through 3 different counties, 6 different stop signs, boom, 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 gross negligence. Then you have 1 stop line, gross negligence. I mean, the range of conduct is tremendous. So there is a lot of discretion for the prosecutor, and with the case law, the way it's written, it's pretty hard to argue your way out of that. I think there was one case about, so your brakes might need this or that. They didn't do that, and that was gross negligence. So it does reach down pretty low. On the other hand, I'll say this, one of the things that we're proposing, and this is where one thing impacts another throughout this process, is for all of the boxes on the grids, even probationary boxes, we're going to do the same range calculation. So the only thing I'd note, because I always think it's helpful to be looking at these numbers and understand what this change means, is with this proposal, the point at which you go to prison remains the same. And the difference between the 2 presumptive sentences, for example, at 0, it's 21 versus 18, 1, 27 versus 23, and 2, 33 versus 28. Once we put those ranges in, the bottom of the range is going to be the same as 5. So if it is a case, if I'm doing my 15% down, if it is a case where, oh boy, seems really minor, but it still technically could be gross, you can still come down to get you where you would have been at a 5 by being in that range. So just an observation.
Last comments, Kathy, and then I'm going to take stock and probably move us to the next panel.
Okay, I just quickly wanted to add on to what Surya said with on the mens rea. If you look at the severity level 6, that includes fleeing a police officer that results in great bodily harm. And if you look at that compared to this, there is definitely a different level of culpability. And so I think that those 2, I mean, that's partly what I was looking at, was what are in the severity level 6 versus 5. So that, I just wanted to add that on.
Okay. Are you still firmly where you were to begin with in the Leary with no changes made? If no changes were made, would you
Yeah.
still,
Yeah, I think we should leave that one the same.
you want to leave yours where it is?
I think we should leave the offense CVO, GBH, gross negligence at severity level 5.
So you've,
No.
no, sorry. Again, you talk Martian to
I-
me.
No, it's okay. I think the commission is understanding the discussion.
Okay. Any objections to us then moving on to the next bucket? Because it looks like the vast majority I love, like, live with. A change here because of this concern drops 3 people down into the Leary column. So the balance of the 2, it makes more sense to leave it as it is right now. That's how I'm reading it. Is that what you're seeing? At least for this moment in time. Go ahead.
Were you envisioning a scenario where we would have the opportunity to rethink where we were on this? Or is where we are right now where we stay? I mean,
We haven't-
there's been good discussion here. If anybody's moved by that discussion, I wonder if, if that.
Well, it comes in, I suppose it comes in when you're saying, okay, does it change, like what you're hearing now, does that change with the new proposal? Does that change your vote? And we saw, in this case, it changed 3 people with just this, so there might be room for that at that point. But a separate opportunity to everybody wholesale go up and move their dots, we hadn't built any.
Do we have to vote on 3 different offenses all at the same time? Or can we just vote on each one separately? I'm a little confused about what the result of this process is. Like, are we approving the entire proposal wholesale and we can't make any changes
Well,
to it?
number one, we're not approving anything
Okay.
today. We are trying to get to a full package that our staff can then run numbers on and give us the impact so that we can then further evaluate whether that's really where we are. What I was gonna say though is, when you said, would his proposal move you out? I didn't say it would because I could live with that too. So like there might be more people
Okay.
who could live with either
Either.
direction as well. So I don't know exactly how we deal with that, but maybe that's, we run the numbers and see where we're at.
Okay. Yeah, and I could be moved to say live with it as well, because the reality is if you do have that case where there are multiple traffic infractions, this and this, then you've got upward durational departure. Is this crime more serious? Why? What are the circumstances of the offense that make it worse? It's a whole lot easier to go up.
For me, listening to Syria over here, I had to pull up some of my notes and go back and actually look at it. It basically boils down for me, it's just having a better description of gross negligence. And for that, I would be willing to move to live with it. I could live with it. But I do pull my Leary. I think it needs to stick. Most of the cases, it seems like it is not the one that rides on the border. It's pretty definitive. They made some pretty serious mistakes. And, but I think with a better description, it could clear a lot of that up. So I would move mine to live with it, but I would still stick with where we're at.
Nate, as you and the staff are hearing this discussion, is this enough information on this particular bucket for you and staff to do more processing internally between now and the next time they meet?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is run the numbers on the packet as it was presented for the discussion in September and October and November, so.
We have the next bucket here.
While you're putting that up,
Thanks, Jeff.
You have no way of estimating the impact on departure rates of a change in ranking.
Estimating that, no, that works into our. I mean, we assume if there's a departure right now, we factor that in.
But I mean, putting it to a higher severity level, reasonable to assume there will be more downward departures.
Yeah, we'll have to work on the assumptions.
So technical timeout, Kelly, I'm looking at you. We're scheduled to go with this section until quarter after. are you okay with us focusing on this one as opposed to the other one?
I think what I would, if it's okay,
Yeah.
because we may not get to assaults. I think we have enough info just from what folks have done there. I think we should
Move
focus
to the
on
next
failure
one.
to register so we can nail down what it is we are interested in there. 'Cause
Before,
there's
yep,
more
before
disagreement.
Shamsa
Yeah.
brings the next one up, I'll just read, because I saw some of you do this.
Yeah.
So I'll just read. One of the Learys of this one was, and there were several people that signed on to this, I don't like down ranking assault number 1 and keep where it is at. And then the next one is concerned with too many up ranking in this group, particularly where departure rates don't reflect the need and the impact on prison beds. So those are the 2 areas where it was leery, not loath, but those came out in the leery column. But several people jumped onto that. Okay? Shamsa, let's
If we figure this out, we'll go back and talk about that more.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. All right, so this is the one where there's a lot of, there's not a lot of love. Not a lot of love on this one. This is failure to register. And we heard the presentation from Julia earlier, so I'm assuming that's what we're talking about here, right? Yes? Yep, okay. So Love Like Live With, there were 8 people that fell in the Love Like Live With, but the Learys were, I struggle with the ranking of second-time offenses. And move it, but rank at SL1 for first offenses and 3 for second or 2D offenses. That makes sense to you?
Subsequent offenses.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification on that first one, is the objection that it's too high or too low?
It just says I struggle with.
That's
Is
me.
that yours?
Yeah, and so for me, these discussions are very important for me because I don't have a background in this, so hearing the different opinions from you guys is very important to me. So the way that this one worked out with having it, without having the discussion, the descriptions that Nate usually provides us and educating myself, just struggled with, I could see very clearly that we lined up and what made sense, but in my brain as somebody who has not only been in the system, but also is in public safety, I look at somebody who's made a second offense, and as the first one, I'm like, I can fully understand how mistakes happen. I have made those similar mistakes. But when I look at second time offenders, it almost becomes, in my opinion, it seems like they're just not willing to conform or work with the system. And I struggle with that one because in the public safety side of me, I look and say, look, you made a mistake, handing up your mistake. So I was hoping for more of a discussion, I guess, or just a clarification from some of my colleagues and opinions, especially for people that deal with this on a regular basis, to help me to understand better on where we ended here. After I looked at it a little further, I did look at it and realize that it did line up pretty nice. I just wanted to clarify that. So if somebody could help me just to understand a little better, that's all I wanted.
So hold the thought. I'll add what's in the loathe area. So you've got the full picture of the concerns here. And then if there are some folks that can help just have the dialogue that you're asking for, does that work? Give me nonverbals. Thank you. So the loathe are, I don't think there is a reason or something. Outcry from the information received to move to STD grid. Rather, the focus should be on mandatory minimums, I'm so sorry, and leave alone on sex defender grid. And then this one with lots of initials, if moved to STD grid, rank at SL1 plus SL3 subsequent offense. And another comment at the bottom, leave on SO grid. And recommend big changes to remove mandatory minimum.
Legislative change to.
Right, there we go. Okay, so just points of information. Back to the request here for just more conversation to help him get his head around this. And he was making a lot of eye contact over there, so y'all.
So as I understand those two bottom comments, they're the one on the Leary and the Loath,
Yep.
both said 1 and 3.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how many initials we have.
1, 2, 3, 4. But remember my comment at the beginning, somehow we ended up with 14 votes on things, but you are only 13. Which I haven't figured out how you did that.
Somebody who's from Chicago.
Might be good. But let's get in that conversation space to help understand what the thinking is. Yeah.
I supervise level 3 predatory offenders, and I like that it moves from 2 to 4. I said, so the first one, I get it's first offense. People do make mistakes, and I've oftentimes had conversations with attorneys. Was this really a mistake? And they haven't charged it.
Right.
I get that conversation all the time, which I'm grateful for, right, for
Yep.
prosecutors. But they also sign a significant number of pages when they leave incarceration and what they're supposed to do. They know what they're supposed to do. So I get the mistake, and it does happen. Like they don't get to the police station fast enough on that weekly check-in. That happens. Oh, I missed a Friday because I was sick, right? They usually are pretty good about having that conversation. But when you sign all the documentation, when you leave incarceration, you know what the expectations are as a predatory offender.
Right.
And I feel like you should, if you know these things and you initial each one individually, you have an expectation of what you're supposed to do, and there's responsibility for that. I can see if they did not get that documentation, but that doesn't happen in my knowledge when they leave incarceration. So they expressly have to say, I understand each one of these points. I think it's 18 points on multiple pages. And so that's where I stand. I mean, I love it because I really like this. I understand Nate's point where he made it fit on the 2 and the 4. The subsequent, I mean, I work with clients that unfortunately do this on purpose.
Right.
Or there's some challenges as to why they're not complying because the law is very strict. So I get also the conversation on mandatory minimums. I get that conversation too. But it's kind of my points. I really do love this proposal.
Well, I do feel we're on the same point of the views of it. My question is why should somebody get, it doesn't seem like it's enough if you're gonna blatantly break the law is what I'm getting at for the subsequent offenses. And so maybe this isn't the right platform for it. We didn't get a chance to have the discussion because of the way this one worked out, but that's just my view on it and why I want to get educated on it. Is there other situations where people wouldn't, maybe cognitively declined and they just don't understand, but why they would break the law more than once, I guess, and why it should be what I feel is kind of minimal consequences for their actions.
Tim, we've got 2 more people that are
Oh,
ready
sorry.
to step. No, they're stepping in to probably like add more to the conversation. And I don't know whose hand was up first. So,
Well, we're both Boulders, but for different reasons.
Yeah, we're both, well, we're
Kind of.
similar on one reason, keeping it on the sex offender grid if we're gonna rank it where it is. I mean, she's prosecutor, I'm defense, and we agree on that point. Do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go. So I feel like it's really hard to make a change for the grid and where it's ranked to move it from one grid to another without addressing the mandatory minimum. I think that is the sticky wicket in the bucket, because if that were addressed differently for a first-time offender or a subsequent offender, and whether there was a mandatory minimum or not, to me, that would weigh in on where it should be on the grid and how it should be ranked, because mandatory minimum is the thing that's driving this and is driving the departures. And I feel like that actually has to come first before we deal with ranking. And so for me, I think trying to rank it without addressing that, I think it doesn't solve the root issue that we're seeing in practice, because that's the issue.
I was just gauging like where the heads were nodding or shaking on that. Can you is that an issue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The mandatory minimums are the driver
Yeah,
of this
okay.
discussion without question.
Okay.
Seems like there's 3 issues circulating in this particular area. It's the mandatory minimum question, the question of sex offender grid versus general grid, and then the question of ranking and prioritizing those, because as Kyra is saying, it's hard to rank when you don't know whether or not the mandatory minimums are applicable. And we all judges have had those violations of this law that seem really technical. I mean, LaTonya, I'm sure you see these all the time. I forgot to list the 3rd car in my family, or we got this apartment, and versus I'm not complying, I'm going off the grid, I'm not gonna comply with your laws at all. I mean, there seems like a vastly different mens rea in those scenarios. And it's kind of strict liability, isn't it? I mean, there really isn't a lot of.
It is.
Kathy.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, everybody knows this is a regulatory offense. There isn't a victim here involved here. It's obviously there's public safety. They take up a ton of everybody's space, everybody's resources. And I agree with Kyra that it's the mandatory minimum that's driving so many of the departures. But even on the subsequent offenses, there's a pretty high departure rate, and there's also a high durational downward departure rate, which is why I think if you're even considering going to the standard grid, 4 is way too high when we have all of those departures. And you also looking at severity level 4, that's where we have a lot of person offenses. We have a lot of assaults in there, is a lot of person offenses. This is not at that level. Yeah, we want these individuals to comply, but I will tell you from you read over that statute, and I think LaTanya would agree with me. It is so complex and so confusing that even lawyers, judges don't understand all of those provisions. And then we expect individuals to comply with all of that. It's very difficult. And so I'm leaning towards keeping it where it is until we maybe can get the legislature to remove that mandatory minimum on it.
Surya, and then Brian, and I'm looking at you, Richard and Arinthi. I want to hear your voices in the mix too, particularly victim advocate and just the academic thinking that goes on. So if I keep looking over in your directions, it's invites you into the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I agree with everything that Commissioner Middlebrook said. I just wanted to add one question that I've sort of had with all of the proposals to uprank are just what goal are we trying to achieve by upranking? Because to me, to uprank, and this one's very complicated for all the reasons that you all have just explained, but from my perspective, it's like, I don't know that we have to assume that the current ranking is wrong, or that people aren't getting punished severely enough, or that the fact that they can gain another felony conviction for this offense isn't already a significant punishment for someone and hasn't already had a significant deterrent impact on people choosing not to follow the regulation. And I guess I haven't seen anything in any of the materials, and I've tried to read most of it. I won't say I've read everything. I haven't seen anything that suggests that upranking these offenses would increase deterrence or make it more likely that somebody's going to fill out the form or prevent any of the issues that you mentioned, LaTanya. I mean, so to me, it's like without a reason to go higher, I don't know why we would just depart with what the commission has done in the past with no real reason to do it, particularly in light of the fact that you all are saying a lot of this is driven by the mandatory minimum anyway.
I don't know who was first.
I just want to say, I don't think we're upranking. We're actually, I mean, we're upranking, but the numbers are coming down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 30
So,
to 60.
uprank, we normally think, well, higher consequence. Regardless of where you put it, 4 or below, the numbers go down across the board.
That's what they
Question for Director Wrights here. When I was looking at this question a little bit and on the internet and stumbled on the Predatory Offender Statutory Framework Working Group report that was submitted to the legislature in February of 2022, and it was the Department of Corrections was heavily involved with that, and there's discussions of a lot of what we're talking about here, and I don't think those recommendations were acted on, and one of them would have been to eliminate the first-time mandatory minimum sentence, as I understand it.
Some of those recommendations were that certainly there were, my recollection is there were consensus recommendations to take some offenses like false imprisonment, which really wasn't regarded as a predatory offense. Take that off. There are also some changes with respect to juveniles And those were implemented by the legislature. The mandatory minimums were discussed, but I don't know if that was the full-throated consensus recommendation of that panel.
So I guess wonder if that ship has sort of sailed in terms of, you know, the legislature. I guess you never say never with that. The other thing I think is worth at least keeping in mind is that the background of this report, and the report references the 3 super high profile homicide cases that ended up resulting in changes to the law that exists today. I mean, you know, Shadeen, Wetterling, Poirier, I mean, those are referenced in that report. And so although it is true that some of this is viewed as a, you know, sort of a victimless crime in a technical sense, obviously the changes in these laws were prompted by serious crimes with identified victims, at least as a side note.
Brian, then Kelly, then Emran.
Just a couple points. One, I would default to the experts on whether it's what grid it should be in. So I appreciate that input. I don't have enough knowledge to really kind of speak to that. And I appreciate Director Wright's kind of placing it in a place that seemed equitable from one side to the other. And I also just want to hit on the comment that keeps coming up, no victim. Like from a practical standpoint, if you want to fill an auditorium, you know, post that you're in your community, you're going to talk about someone who failed to register, and that is in your community. I mean, that's the absolute facts. And so this one, there's some public pressure, I know, to not to least to downrank for sure. And then again, I just also want to hit on, it's really hard for me if I don't have a list of every single offense and where they land. If someone brings up, hey, this offense falls with, you know, like Commissioner Middlebrook, you know, mentioned, well, this is with other person crimes. My guess is we had all of the offenses in each grade. We would find other offenses that were of a lesser severity. You know, when you say, someone was talking about, you know, number 7 and oh my gosh, you know, whatever, you know, manslaughter, whatever, it's not like financial exploitation of vulnerable adults. So we have in each grade maybe something that is higher and something that is lower. So it's tough to have that debate or that discussion when you don't have all of that information in front of us. And I don't know, again, that we should.
So I have 3 people queued up to speak. Once those 3 people are done, then I want to see if anybody would like to just put out a recommendation, an adjustment recommendation to see if we can move the bar up to get as many people over into the living with column. Okay, so that's the goal. And then Kelly, I'm going to check in with you and see if we need to end the conversation or keep moving on, make some adjustments. So Kelly, you are actually next. You had a comment.
Yeah, so I was gonna respond to has the ship sailed on the mandatory minimum? And I think the answer is no, that if that is the direction that we want to go, we definitely should put that on for discussion, or we should bring that recommendation forward. And the reason I say no is because now, you know, there's just been a mandatory minimum task force created this session that's supposed to look at these issues. So I do think the legislature is interested in hearing more about what to do about all mandatory minimums. So for that reason, I think we move, and I was actually going to put a proposal out. I sort of wonder, I'm persuaded by Kyra. I wonder if we should focus right now on putting forth a recommendation regarding the mandatory minimum. Maybe we talk about that next month, and then come back to the re-ranking question if the legislature acts. That would be my proposal. But
So hold that proposal. Could I have you repeat it in just a second? Let's hear these last 2 comments. And if you could be succinct, that would be terrific.
I think Brian said it for me. So I don't necessarily, I know that this is a technicality, but to me, I think about it as risk. And there's definitely victims behind that. If someone does not register, whether it comes to like where you decide to move and live and raise your children, and all the potential harm that can come from somebody potentially engaging in a crime again. And then my other comment seems like the bomb comments that you said not to give. And hold it for later.
So what I'll just add to this is I like the idea of moving it to the standard grid, because already these clients are already stigmatized. And when they come back in court and see sex offender grid, to them, this is not a sex offense. So my client-centered approach would say, because it's not necessarily a sex offense and they took false imprisonment off to move it to the standard grid is another offense, or it's not necessarily a sex offense. And I think sometimes we forget predatory offender level 3 status doesn't mean risk to sexually reoffend, it means reoffend. And so they're already even stigmatized over and over and over again. So that's why I really like moving it to the standard grid. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks for that. Tim, I think all of this kind of started with you wondering about more conversation. Has this
Yeah,
helped?
No comment. No, it really enforces the fact that, the discussions are very important, time to digest it. That's
Yeah.
very important for me, and, there's a lot of great opinions, and, did clear a few things up. It's funny because I find myself bouncing back and forth still.
Anybody else bounce back and forth? Did you have another comment or were you
Just a
saying,
quick
yeah, I'm
comment.
bouncing, I'm
Just a
bouncing?
quick comment.
Okay.
The irony, right? I'm the director of housing for my organization. And I'm currently getting text messages for housing for a level 3 sex offender that we're struggling to find housing for, right? A lot of times what happens with the non-registry, they fall back into substance use. They're not going to show up in front of law enforcement because they're high. I mean, that plays a pretty big factor as well. And so a lot of times there's just so many other extenuating circumstances that play into it that it's just hard. And for me, I'm just, the mandatory minimum doesn't make sense most
So-
often for these types of.
Kelly, would you repeat your proposed adjustment one more time? And then what I'll do is just ask, would that getting any of the, would anybody based on that fall out of the love, like, live with? I'm trying to get at another window for readjusting your votes. So. go
Yeah,
ahead,
it's
Kelly.
kind of an alternative proposal to what's on the page. So I'm wondering if we should focus our attention this session on making a recommendation regarding the mandatory minimum. There's 2 there, so I think it would merit discussion at next meeting on what our recommendation is.
So that's a completely different proposal. Nothing to
Yeah.
do with this, just, well, it is. to do
Yeah,
with that,
if we
but-
focus on the mandatory minimum and not do a re-ranking or move right now to see what the legislature does with the mandatory minimum. That's basically what I'm wondering if that'd be the direction people want to go.
Does anybody really hate that idea, I guess?
When is the report due, or when is the task force supposed to come up with recommendations?
The mandatory minimum task force next
Oh, during the
August.
meeting.
Another way of looking at it, maybe, could be wrong, I always say that, is I agree with the reasons for moving it off the sex offender grid. If we had the list of predatory registration offenses, you'd probably see that there are as many or more non-sex offenses on that list. And the other thing is the way the law is, and the case law has developed, as long as you were originally charged with an offense that required registration, it doesn't matter if you're not convicted of that offense, you still have to register. So it's a pretty wide net. The way I'm looking at the 2 grids is, well, I think it should move over to the other grid. No matter where you move it on the other grid, you're reducing the presumptive number. So you are kind of giving people a little bit of a break. And I just wonder if we do something like that and we say, here's why we've done it, here are the considerations, does then that aid the legislature when they're considering whether or not they should get rid of this mandatory minimum? Well, you've had the sentencing group, they've looked at it, here's how people are getting sentenced, here's what they've done. They've, come to a consensus that maybe a little less time that would result when you go to the regular grid makes sense. Does that then say, well, and then that kind of walks you down the path of, well, maybe we don't need to be having mandatory minimums, especially if we say that on top of it. So I think we could move in one direction that maybe, at least isn't offensive because you are lowering the number and you are giving a better label. And I even wonder if, I get the first and second, but maybe we just say, okay, they all go at 3. Because saying, okay, first and second, that just makes it a little more complicated. If we're interjecting that, is that a sentencing component under the statute, or is that something we came up with?
Under the statute.
Those are
Okay.
statutory subdivisions with different statutory maximums. And the
Okay.
guidelines, although it's ranked at the same, the guidelines weight them differently for purposes of future offenses. They're weighted differently in the criminal history score, depending on whether it's a first time or subsequent. So this would actually make the guidelines a little bit easier to administer.
And I guess what I'm just saying is like, for those people who are opposed to this, I would think at the very least, you'd like to move it to the other grid, because if nothing else, that drops the numbers down and gets you sort of on the path of, well, look, we've dropped the numbers down. We don't think we necessarily need a mandatory minimum for first-time offense. So just a thought in terms of strategy.
Concur. I'm just reading body language. That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting here reading body language.
And just to clarify, so
Yes.
you're saying if we move it to the standard grid, it would be 1 and 3? Or what are you saying, 2 and 3?
Weren't we, isn't it 1 and 4? Isn't that the proposal?
2 and 4.
Oh, 2 and 4. My bad.
So Nate, do you and staff have everything you need for this one to think about the next steps?
So I
Could
don't,
we just see if, like, what the numbers are as far as keeping it on the sex offender grid as is versus all these changes? Because I think there's too many numbers coming out.
Would that be helpful?
Can you put this
that would
up?
be
It's
helpful.
that simple. Just write the sex offender across the bottom and then you can compare just going up.
So everybody's got the 2 grids in your packet.
Here.
So these are ranked,
but this
failure to
is-
register is ranked at
I didn't
severity level
appreciate that.
I, which is a year up to 36 months at the highest criminal history score. So it's a year and a day at a 0, 36 months at a 6. If, so what's the proposal? Is it 2 and 3?
2 and 4 is what I was thinking.
I know, but what's the alternate?
1 and 3 was one of the alts.
What do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said 1 because I thought that's what we were already talking about. I didn't mean.
2 and 4.
Yeah.
So I know it's 2 and 4, but I think we have people against the 4. That's what I'm also hearing.
You get less time on the 2 and the 4.
You still get less time on the 2 and 4.
Yeah, but for clarity, if you're out of 4, you would still be 6 months under the maximum. If it's on the sex offender, right?
Right.
It's a high departure rate.
There's a high departure rate for both durational and dispositional. So that's.
Go higher.
I think it's gonna happen anyway, but.
If we're at 3, I'll just observe, it's a 2-year stat max, so essentially the stat max would be the guideline. It would be 2 years
So if it was
all the
2
way
and 3.
across. If the repeat offense were at 3.
Isn't 2 years the mandatory minimum for the repeat offense?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
24
essentially the grid would be 2 years
It'd be
all the way
secondary, so.
across, which is not that different from what it is right now. It's a little higher.
So could people live with staff working up 2 and 3 versus where it's at now, moving it to standard at 2 and 3? Or is that even a not?
I'm still a little there. And I'll just say, I just feel like I don't know how I can make an informed decision about where I would want any of those 2 offenses ranked. They are different offenses with the mandatory minimum in play, not in play, because that is the driving force. And so my question is, what are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to address the departure rates and the why behind it? I think the answer is it's the mandatory minimum. I don't think it's where it's currently ranked. And so I feel like we should rank it differently maybe after we get that information about what happens with the mandatory minimum. And so do we want to change it twice within the next, I don't know, year or so? I mean, that doesn't seem, I just feel like the mandatory minimum should be the priority because that's the reason for the departures, whether they're dispositional or they're durational. And if that's what we're trying to get at, that's the root cause. I don't know why we're doing something else first. That's just my position.
I mean, Stacy, if I had no further guidance from the commission except what we've had so far, I would say we don't have consensus on this and I'm not gonna do anything. So.
Can we make a decision as it relates to the mandatory minimum now, as far as?
Yeah.
offense?
Right.
We should recommend it.
I should correct myself. We don't have a consensus as far as ranking goes. I think there probably is a consensus to discuss recommendation to the legislature. But we agreed that's not today's agenda.
Right, remember that, everyone, that was out of bounds for today's.
I think that's where we have to leave it today. And that's okay.
It's okay. I mean, this was important, necessary conversation, I think. even though I didn't understand most of it.
You're not alone. All right, I also, in the interest of time, when I'm looking at our agenda,
yeah,
we should have started the next thing at 1:15, correct?
Correct.
So in the interest of time on the assaults, I think there is enough direction for staff with what's on that page. So I think we have staff move forward with what's on that page, and
Okay.
still, it's not final. You can still bring up those concerns that are there. One of them is bringing assault one down. Someone objects to bringing assault one down to 8, and one of them is the fact that raising all the assaults could result in a lot of beds, and they'll run the numbers, and we'll find out what that is.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
All right, so we'll move on. Yeah, take a breath.
Moving on. Maybe you do. You'll notice we've got 9 stations over here. So what's going to happen next, because we really have that commitment to making sure those of you that were not on the steering committee.
Well, we have to explain, like, we're not there yet to them going there, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go, just keep going.
I'm going. So, now I gotta look at my notes here. This next agenda item is to make sure that all of you that were not on the steering committee have a chance to really understand what that proposal is all about. So this is time well spent for all of you. And eventually you're going to get partnered up with somebody that was on the steering committee to go through the exercise over here. So you've got the time and space and a buddy along the way to help you field questions and that sort of thing. So what we need to do first, though, is have yet another presentation, because why not another presentation? This time Ethan Ellis is going to be here joining us. And Kelly, do you want to set up a little bit more? No, Nate's going to set up a little, somebody's going to
No,
set up.
I just have some announcements to make.
Oh.
So we did not, through staff error, we did not post online the steering committee's report or included in your packets. So we're gonna hand that out right now, and it should be.
But they got it via email.
You did get it, but via email, so you probably had a chance to review this,
Okay.
but it was not posted online to members of public. It's either should be coming up as 5A soon, or already has been. It's not coming up on my webpage, but we'll get it for you soon. I apologize to members of the public and to the commission who need hard copies.
All right, and then moving on to Ethan, again, that's all right, I'm good. Again, one of the next packet has a lot of proposals that are grounded in research that we've received over time. Ethan has one more piece of research that we have not yet seen that might influence how you see some of the proposals in that packet. So we want to make sure to give him an opportunity to provide that information to the commission. So I'll take it away, Ethan.
Could I get screen sharing privileges? By chance? Awesome. Thank you very much.
And you don't have Ethan's, nobody has Ethan's yet. We'll put that on after. Let's see it.
Great, you should have it.
Awesome.
So just so.
Yeah, what is to show slides? Thank you.
Well, no, I'm not
So-
promising I can answer any
Okay.
questions.
Oh,
You have the share button?
Yes.
Right down there.
Oh, there we
That
go.
one.
Awesome. Lovely. Great.
Closer.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you.
So Ethan's going to have a presentation about 15 minutes, and then Kelly's going to do about 30 minutes, walking all of you through the steering committee's recommendations. And then you'll get to the exercise. So really important for those of you that were not on the steering committee to be taking all of this in, because you'll be doing that same walkabout, thinking about where you've got concerns, marking it down. those that are on the steering committee, as I said, you're going to be partnered up with non-committee members to help them through the process and field questions along the way.
Okay, so it is forcing me to restart the application. So I'm going to talk while I try to set up these slides. So my name is Ethan Ellis. I am a PhD student at the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. I'm also a research assistant with the Robin Institute. Today, I'm going to be presenting a series of results that can best be described by the title of the presentation, which is that commitments incapacitate, however, have little effect on medium-term reoffense rates for low severity cases.
So Ethan, Nate has your.
Oh, amazing.
Put it up
Thank
there,
you.
So you just tell him when you need him to move.
Awesome. I also was just able to rejoin, so now I'm able to share if you want to add me as a panelist again. But yeah, I'm going to move through these slides very, very quickly just because of lack of time. So if anything is very unclear, please raise your hand, but otherwise let's save questions until the end. Oh, it's doing it. All right. Matt, I'm going to have you do it. Did you, oh, Nate has the slides. Yeah, Nate, if you could just present the slides, then that'd be great.
Okay, there you go.
All righty. So we can move to the next slide already. So with this research, we're trying to answer a fairly common research question, which is it possible to reduce incarceration without increasing reoffense rates? In an ideal experiment, we would do a randomized control trial where we would randomly assign state sentences to some cases and measure if those people who received state sentences reoffend more than those who are incarcerated. That's obviously pretty unethical to do, so we don't do that. Instead, we have what's called a quasi-experiment, in which we use the 2019 introduction of partial custody status points, which led to some cases receiving state sentence, whereas other similar cases received incarceration. So for each group, we can see how pronounced disposition and reoffense rates change around the time of the rule change. We look at about 1,500 low severity cases sentenced between 2017 and 2021. We only have reoffense data available until December 31st, 2023. And to give you a preview of the results, we find that indeed the introduction of the partial custody status point did increase the rates of state sentences. And we do find that commitments do incapacitate. However, when we look beyond the period of incarceration, increasing state sentences essentially had no effect on medium-term reoffense rates. So we're going to be focused on these highlighted cells towards the bottom of the grid, which are low severity. And the reason why we look at them is because we only have reoffense data up until the end of 2023. So we have to look at relatively shorter sentences. Moving on to the next slide. So, previous. So what this policy did is it took cases in these highlighted cells and moved them one cell to the left by reducing the criminal history score, and that took them from a presumptive disposition of commit to a presumptive disposition of stay. This policy started on August 1st, 2019, and actually you can go to the next slide. We're going to define a known unaffected group, which are cases that we know are not affected by the introduction of partial custody status points. So these could be cases with no custody status point, or they have a partial felony point, such that reducing the custody status point would not affect their overall criminal history score. And then we have the potentially affected group, which is cases that are eligible to receive a disposition of stay instead of commit due to the introduction of partial custody status points. So we're going to be using what's called a difference in difference design, in which we take a baseline value before the policy change, And then we're going to look at what happens after the policy change. So in this example, we're looking at presumptive disposition. Prior to the introduction of partial custody status points, all of the cases that we looked at had a presumptive disposition of commit. Whereas after, we see that the potentially affected group sees a reduction down to 66% presumptive disposition of commit, whereas the known unaffected group continues to have a 100% presumptive disposition of commit. And so we get that negative 34% there as our estimate for what effect this policy change had on presumptive disposition. So throughout the rest of these slides, you're going to see these little point estimates. I calculate those the same way as I just showed in that graph, but I'm not going to be showing all of those breakdowns throughout the rest of this presentation. We see that there's a little bit of amelioration when we go from presumptive disposition to pronounced disposition. This is because mitigated dispositional departures are more common than aggravated dispositional departures. And so when you're starting from 100%, it makes sense that that number is going to get closer when you move from presumptive to pronounced. However, we still have, about 12.5% increase in state sentences as a result of this policy. And so this policy definitely did have an effect on disposition. So next we can look at the effect on incarceration length, leads to about a 5.5 month on average change in presumptive incarceration length, and then about a 2-month change in pronounced incarceration length. So now we're going to introduce this concept that I call the baseline incarceration period reoffense measure. So for each case, we can look at whether the person reoffended during the recommended length of incarceration had they been sentenced prior to the introduction of partial custody status points. For example, if someone would have served 14 months prior to the introduction of partial custody status points, we look at whether that individual reoffends within 14 months of sentencing. The intuition of that being that if a crime was committed during this period, it might have been avoided without the policy change. So going to next slide, we can look at what this timeline looks like. So for the post-affected group, they are presumably out in public, whereas everyone else that we're looking at is going to be incarcerated. Obviously, that's not how it completely works due to judicial departures, but that's generally what happens. Next slide. So looking at that initial period, that period that someone should have been incarcerated for, we do indeed see an increase in reoffense rates. If you look at those middle points, there's a little bit of noisiness to the data that's represented by those error bars, but we do estimate an increase, and that makes a lot of sense because there is going to be incapacitation during that initial period. However, moving to the next slide, when we look at longer term effects, so when we add 6 months to that initial period, when we add a year to that initial period, we end up seeing very, very similar reoffense rates between the people who receive these state sentences versus the people that receive commits. That seems to be due to 2 reasons. One, it seems like there's a catch-up period where the people who are previously incarcerated and get out then catch up to the people who are out in public the entire time. And then there also might be a criminogenic effect of being incarcerated that is actually increasing reoffense rates to people who receive commitments relative to people who receive state sentences. So going to just the conclusion slide, this policy did in fact reduce incarceration. And we do see that the lack of incapacitation leads to a short-term increase in reoffense rates. However, when we factor in months after the baseline incarceration period, we find no evidence of increase in reoffense rates and actually the potential for incarceration to have a criminogenic effect. Policy implication, reducing incarceration saves the state money and allows people to work, pay taxes, and contribute to their families and communities. The key concern here is that reduced sentence lengths may allow individuals to reoffend faster. This does appear to be the case. However, that's offset by post-release outcomes that lead to no medium-term effects on reoffense rates. In addition to looking at the custody status points, we're also applying this analysis toolkit to some other policy changes, including the 2016 drug reforms. We can also, if the commission is interested in it, we can take a deeper dive into how judges respond to policy changes. And as more data becomes available, we can broaden this analysis to include more cases and a longer timeline. So every year we get more data and can broaden this study. So happy to take any questions, time permitting.
Anyone have questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have a statement, I have a comment, which is maybe bringing the bomb in, just as a, but which I probably should stop saying on a recorded thing.
Or
Some of it's based off of this presentation. I think it's just making me think that when we're looking at all of these things, we're kind of looking at them in a silo because we're really focused on whether someone's confined and how long they're confined versus not. And this is something that we talked about a while ago. It came up at the conference. But having our perspective and our guidance be beyond just how long someone is confined for or not, but also thinking about the ecosystem that they're a part of. And if that sentence can include things that are actually going to help them become a better citizen. Given this feedback, like putting somebody in jail isn't going to just fix the problem. And so even thinking about the registration, because I take a minute to marinate, I was thinking that not registering is part of having to register is how a victim gets justice, right? That might be part of their experience of justice. And so that's part of the reason why I say I don't think it's a victimless crime. But if somebody is struggling with registering because there's all of these other issues that are barriers to help them actually follow through with the law, then what else can we provide that's going to help them remain lawful, right? And at the conference, we talked about like what is actually within our purview. And historically, it's just been talking about confinement and not, but that's not actually what the restriction is for us. We have the capacity to have bigger conversations, which take more time and resources, which we usually don't have. But just, yep. So something for us to just keep tuning on.
it's just important to sit with comments like that for a while and just let them be in this place. So do that for a moment. Transition to you unless you want to make a comment.
I'm right. I love that you made that comment because it does, it will be relevant to what I go through now. I'm not gonna answer all of the things, the concerns you raised, but you made some really valid concerns there that I think we thought about as well on the steering committee. So I am going to present the steering committee report to you, and Nate's gonna drive for me so that I don't have to. All right. So first of all, let's go to the next slide. I just want to acknowledge the members of the steering committee. We had our Vice Chair Larkin, Judge Knutson, who isn't here. He's no longer on the commission. So Judge Castro, I'm looking to you to pick up the mantle here. Kyra Ladd, our prosecutor member, Catherine Middlebrook, our public defender member, and Latanya Reeves, who's representing probation. And I just want to thank the steering committee for all of the time that you've put in. We've been meeting a couple of times a month for the past 6 months. And every time we had a commission meeting, we had already been meeting for at least 2 hours before that commission meeting. So if we were a little loopy on those days, that was why. But really, it's been, we've gone through a lot of ideas. There's been a lot of openness and collegiality and so many points of view brought forward in the conversations. And I just want to thank you all for participating in that process. Let's move on to the next thing. When we were working together as a steering committee, this is where your point in, we wanted to bring a package forward, not single recommendations, because what this commission has done in the past is look at one thing and get bogged down in the fact that there are impacts on other policies and other aspects of how the system works that one thing can't solve. And so our thinking was that if we could bring forward a package of things, we might be able to address multiple considerations at once. So that's what we were trying to do. And ultimately, that's what this commission needs to do if we bring anything forward at the end of this process. We also wanted to bring forward consensus items, and our thinking was that if we can all agree on it, then it'd be more likely that everybody else here would be able to agree on it as well. And hopefully we did a good job of doing that and making you feel confident or feel that way too by the time you're done with this process. Okay, next one. Yeah, okay, so we had some items that fell into the realm of criminal history proposals. Our main charge was to develop a proposal related to criminal history. And then we have some things that are in a different bucket. And I do want to say the steering committee also was responsible for figuring out which offenses we would look at re-ranking this year too. So the 3 sets that you brought forward were our faults. The 3 sets you've been working on the last couple of years were our faults. So if you didn't like that, go talk to Judge Knutson.
Right, well done.
So here's criminal history. So looking at criminal history, I want to first ground everybody in the comments that we have in our own guidelines, which say that the guidelines reduce the emphasis given to criminal history in sentencing decisions. Under past judicial practice, criminal history was the primary factor in dispositional decisions. Under the guidelines, the conviction offense is the primary factor, and criminal history is a secondary factor in dispositional decisions. Prior to the enactment of the guidelines, there was no uniform standards regarding what should be included in an offender's criminal history score, no weighting format for different types of offenses, and no systematic process to check the accuracy of information on criminal history. So I say this comment has been in there since the dawn of time. It's also not true. But it was the original commission's thought that criminal history should be second to the offense. That the offense should be our starting point, and criminal history might refine that sentence. That's not how it's working today. And a bunch of us were at the National Association of Sentencing Commissions yesterday, or the last 2 days. And I was in a presentation by Pennsylvania where I was reminded, because they just finished their comprehensive review.
Which took how long?
10 years. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing
Oh,
that.
Lord, no.
But they, when they redid their grid, this ideal was really strong for them. And so they've actually set up their grid so that the highest score the highest sentence can't be more than double the lowest. Because if you go above double, you are making criminal history count for more than the offense. And I thought, wow, what a way to put your money where your mouth is. But that's what they did. That's not what ours do. We go beyond that. But I just wanted to give you an example of like how you could put that idea into action. So that's, I'm just raising it to center us all on the fact that this was the commission's original intent. And then I'm also next one, I'm gonna give you my articulation of the purpose of criminal history. This is what I made everybody on the steering committee think about when we started. Then I'll get off my high horse and tell you what the proposals really are. I am a researcher too. I don't just work for DOC. I also am a researcher. I've done research on all the sentencing guidelines that in the country. So I've looked at them all. And the one thing that that really came up when I was doing that research is that like no commission has articulated what the purpose of the criminal history score is. So we were trying to think about that to help ground us as we were doing our review of what the criminal history score how it could change. And so the idea that I put on the table was that I think, my gut is that it addresses both the risk of reoffending and a person's blameworthiness, where risk of offending means, if you've got a higher criminal history score, you're probably more likely to recidivate. If you, and then blameworthiness is sort of represented by if you've been previously convicted, why are we even imposing criminal history score? Because you didn't learn anything from that experience, potentially. That's just a thought. And so that our goal should be to tie sentencing policy to both concepts that are likely to reduce recidivism and that are meaningful responses to individuals who have not corrected their behavior after having some sort of experience with the criminal justice system. Now, this is not the position of the steering committee. I just put it out there to get all of you thinking, well, what do we think is the purpose of criminal history? Because we should be thinking about that as we look to change it. Okay, now I'm done being on my high horse. Now I'll actually show you what we have. So currently, criminal history has 4 components to it. It's prior felonies, prior misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors, prior juvenile offenses and custody status. And as we all know, there are very complicated policies that underlie all of those. Go ahead. We are looking at That's the next one. We're looking at pulling 2 of those things out of criminal history. So the first proposal is to just flat out eliminate juvenile points from the criminal history score. These are juvenile delinquency adjudications. So EJJ and offenses that are certified, people that are certified as adults would still be counted. Right now, those are counted in the adult felony score. We didn't propose changing that, but anything that from your juvenile record, we're proposing to take that out. The part of it is not many people actually do meet that qualification. It is a source of disparity in our guidelines, and our research that Dr. Leskorensky did in the past show that it's not significantly predictive of future offending. The way that we count it in our guidelines does not predict future offending. So that's the first proposal. Second one is to convert custody status to a durational increase. So we would take it out of the criminal history score and we would replace it with, I'll show you in a sec, a column on the side of the grid that adds some duration to the sentence for if you were under a custody status when you committed the current offense. The idea why we're doing this, number one, custody status is one thing that's in our score that is actually not criminal history. Everything else is a record of your prior offense. Custody status is a one-time thing. It's just you either were somehow in the system when you committed this offense or you weren't. It resolves our rounding issue, which we've been struggling with for I don't know how many years now. 8, I don't know. The whole time I've been chair. And then it balances interests. We did talk about removing custody status altogether, but there was also the strong feeling that if a person is still on probation or serving a sentence when they committed a new offense, they should get a consequence for that. They should get an additional consequence for that. So that was the one side. The other side was, but should that be a consequence that sends you to prison by pushing you across the dispositional line? Some folks said no. So if it becomes just a durational increase, it will never push you across the dispositional line. So we'll look at go to the next one. This is the standard grid. This is in your packet. It's an example. So you'll see that custody status bar is on the right. And so the number, whichever row your current offense is, whichever row you're in, you'll add the duration that's in that column to the numbers in the box. But you can't move across that dispositional line. So you're going to get a longer duration, but you're never going to go to prison as a result of having custody status. So that's the proposal. And there's a format like that on all 3 grids. All right, so then now we move into the three policies. Those two were affected what we count. Now we move into policies that just change how we count. So right now, so we're proposing to reduce the decay periods within the guidelines. So an offense is counted if it is within that, if it's, okay, let me see. You would normally, let's say you have a prior felony. If that prior felony is within the past 15 years since you were either sentenced for probation or or got off of your prison sentence, then we're going to count it. But if it's older than 15 years, we don't count it. That's how that works. Decay means at what point in time do we no longer count this offense in your criminal history? That's a better way to say it. So what we're proposing is that for felonies, we reduce that time period from 15 years to 10. And for misdemeanors, we reduce it from 10 to 7. We are actually an outlier. We have the longest decay periods that are out of the states that have decay. If we let that old offense decay, we're focusing more on the current offense. So that sort of jives with that. Let's not have criminal history overtake the offense itself. And then there is research suggesting that after 7 years of being crime-free, a prior offense has less validity in predicting the likelihood of reoffense. So it kind of hits both of those buckets if we bring those numbers down. And so let's move on to the next one. So that's that one. Next one is, this is stated a little differently up here. Up here it's written as simplified counting for DWI. So enhanceable offenses are those offenses, DWI, assaults, domestic assaults, that they start as misdemeanors, but if you commit them again, they move up to a gross misdemeanor, they move up to a felony eventually. So right now we have a rule that says, okay, once you get to that felony stage, you can't count the misdemeanors that enhanced it to a felony this time around, right? But then we have also other rules for DWI that sort of say, but except in this case, then you can count like these, you can continue to count those priors, and then you can increase the cap for misdemeanors. I mean, it's like the most complex rule. It really only applies to DWI. It doesn't apply to domestic assault, which, or any other type of assault. So we have this inequity in the guidelines in how we are counting those priors that gets you to enhance up to felonies. So our proposal is to simplify it, take out the special rules, and just have, you can move to the next one, just retain this provision that says you can't count the offenses that got you up to this felony today. And I think that's it for that. I know I'm going fast. We're going to be here to answer your questions, so I think it'll be okay. Next one. Clarify the burden for proving out-of-state criminal history. As we heard earlier today, this is one of those policies that is really complex and everybody hates it. But so we thought about, okay, what can we do to simplify the out-of-state criminal history rule? Right now, it requires not only that the sentence for that out-of-state offense falls within the felony range, and but also that the elements of the crime are similar to something that we have that's felony. You have to have both. It can be really difficult to figure that out. Right now, our probation officers are primarily the people that are figuring that out. We looked at a lot of different ways to try to simplify that. And in the end, thought, you know what? It's not really, the problem is really who's trying to figure this out, not that it's hard to figure out. So our proposal is to bring the case law right into the guidelines and clarify that it's the prosecutor's job to bring this forward and figure it out. And we would need to do some training to help probation officers understand it's not their job. So that's the proposal there. And you can go to the next page. And this just adds that the state has the burden of proving those facts and the court makes the final determination. So that's their job as well. So that's the balance we struck there. All right, and then we'll go to the next one. So those are all of the criminal history, either taking things out or how we changed what we count. And then we also proposed a few additional changes here. First one is clarify the commission's intent for departure grounds. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna be honest, we don't have consensus on this one. But we brought it forward because we lost the member that also was interested in bringing it forward. So we just wanted to make sure that the commission had a chance to hear it. Right now, case law says that durational departures. Now I'm getting confused. I want to make sure I have this right. Yeah. Dispositional departures, so meaning going from prison to non-prison, those can only be based on factors related to the individual, like are they amenable to probation? Durational departures are only based on facts relating to the offense. Is this a more serious or less serious offense than usual? Our proposal, that distinction was created by the Supreme Court almost 40 years ago. There wasn't any legal basis for that distinction at the time, but it's precedent because that was the decision of the court. So what many of us on the steering committee are saying is it's time to remove that distinction and allow departures for either type of departure for any of those characteristics. We feel like after 40 years of experience, we understand that there are times where that line can get really muddy and the court should have more discretion and the ability to use either type of departure in both places. So if we move on to the next slide, we propose some language to sort of clarify that that's the intent of the commission, is to allow those characteristics to be used in either type of departure. And as I mentioned, there was not full agreement on that within the steering committee. And then we'll move on to the next one. We also want to propose adding a new mitigated departure for somebody who is coming in with no prior criminal record, nothing at all. So this isn't necessarily someone who's 0 but didn't have enough points to get to 1. This is someone who does not have any prior crimes. And this is based on research that Dr. Laskowinski did, indicating that the true first-time offenders have a substantially lower recidivism risk and are generally considered less blameworthy. So the next slide just shows what that language would look like. And actually the previous proposal that I made would be necessary to make this one work, because not having a prior record would be like an individual type characteristic. So it'd be difficult to do both types of departures without having that prior piece. And then last thing is we're proposing technical updates to the grid. And that is, we want to add those ranges to the shaded cells on the grids. That creates a lot of unintentional departures, math errors, all kinds of stuff. So it simplifies the guidelines and also helps the system work better if we just put those ranges right on the grid. We also have heard loud and clear that the example offenses on the standard grid need to be changed. So we've proposed that staff have come up with what are the most common offenses that actually get charged in those different ranges and have updated the grid in that way. We go to the next one. This just shows you what those sample offenses are on the standard grid. That, I think, is my lightning talk. Oh no, left on the table. I still have 2 more slides. So we'll keep going. Left on the table, things we didn't get to that we are proposing need to be dealt with next year. We had a couple of other offense group rankings that we think the commission should look at, and that's drug offenses, motor vehicle theft, and offenses resulting in death, looking how they stack up compared to great bodily harm, those sorts of things. Nate has a great suggestion for how to reorganize, renumber, and simplify the guidelines. So we want, if that's interest, we would probably assign a little group to work with him on that. And then there's been some interest in revisiting Hernandezing. We could not figure it out this year, so there could be continued discussion on that. But that's about it. That was my lightning talk. Anything anyone else wants to say really quickly? Okay.
All right, so what's gonna happen next, as promised, is that I'm going to pair up non-steering committee members with steering committee members, sometimes in groups of 2, sometimes in groups of 3, so that those non-steering committee members have a chance to go and visit all 9 of the proposal areas over in this space. Go ahead.
You can finish your,
Okay.
I just wanted to,
Okay.
before we break up, I wanted to say something.
Perfect. The purpose of the guides, steering committee members, is to answer questions because that was a lot of information. Probably you're gonna want to keep your handouts with you as you're walking through, because again, a lot of information. Nate, I'm sure, and other staff are gonna be floating around to field questions too, if steering committee members get stuck on anything. Word to the wise, non-steering committee members, I'd probably start with those poster areas where you know you've got the most thinking to do or have the most to say. Grab a chunk of yellow stickies, do just like you did before. If you're love like, live with it, just initial it, move on. If you're leery or loath, fill out the yellow card with more information about what you might suggest to tweak in order to get up to a live with for your vote without losing everybody else's votes in the process. So same as we did before. We are running a little bit behind. We're supposed to go in for break at 2:20. So work hard for 10 minutes. I'll take a look at where we're at. Maybe we need to do a quick break and then come back for more time to be in session. So I'm really going to be watching where all of you are at with this. Maybe non-steering committee members, if you've done everything, just like come over and say, I'm done. Something so I can gauge where we're at, okay? Any other questions before I turn it over to Marlon? Yeah.
Do you want all of us to do the form or just the non-committee?
Just the not, we're most concerned about because the steering committee members, as we heard, worked towards consensus. No, they did not work towards consensus.
Just on the one.
Just on one item.
Just on one.
Oh, the one that you flagged.
Yep.
Which one?
That's the departure thing.
Departure,
Yep.
okay. So maybe then everybody weighs in on the departure one. Is that fair enough? That makes sense? Marlon and then, yeah.
The point decay thing, even the proposal is still, in my mind, still pretty excessive for the amount of time. And I think research, Rob Stewart with the Minnesota Justice Research Center, when they were pushing forward the 5-year cap on probation, did an extensive research on that. And there's a lot of evidence to say at 5 years, there's a big drop off in recidivism and return to criminal behavior and all that. Our current expungement eligibility for petty misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors is 2 years. Our gross misdemeanors is 4 years. Low-level felonies is 5 years. Higher level, you're not eligible for expungement. However, our current pardon system, after 5 years, you can apply for a full pardon. And I would suggest that we would kind of move decay somewhere in the middle of pardon eligibility and expungement eligibility, which would leave 5 years for petty misdemeanor, 5 for gross, 7 for low levels, and then 10 years for a higher level felony.
Which is perfect to pop up on there
Yeah.
as a proposal. Absolutely. Yep. Go ahead.
I guess I think I would benefit, and I wonder if others would benefit from a little bit more from the steering committee on the one that you didn't agree on. And it would be great, at least from my perspective, to hear that before we walk up there.
Sure.
Would you be willing to provide more input on that?
So, yeah, absolutely. Just let me get to that language in
Can I
here.
make a comment about decay really quickly?
Yeah.
So I just want to, I feel like I have to say this because yesterday at NASC, Dr. Leskorensky presented a question that I presented to the commission when we first started the comprehensive review, which is why has the rate at which the guidelines are recommending prison been rising over time, almost on autopilot, even though there's been no policy for that? And her answer seemed to be that it's related to the fact that the average age of the people committing crimes has gotten older. So they've had more time to build up a criminal history score. So reducing the decay period, I think, would directly address that problem. Basically, it would shrink the period of time where the criminal history score is relevant.
Michelle?
Oh, ready? As to the notion that we would change whether you can rely on person or offense or offender related factors when doing durational departures. My heartburn over this is that we have 40 years of Supreme Court case law and Court of Appeals case law saying that's the rule. And we're reversing cases often because you're relying on the wrong factors. So I just have great concern about making this change without really taking a look at it. And in all honesty, Judge Knutson brought this up just in general conversation. Well, I don't get why I can't look at offender-related factors when I've got somebody who needs to go to prison and say, well, maybe they don't need as much prison. I'd like to come down just based on the things I know about this person. Why can't I do that? And the answer is, well, the Supreme Court says you can't. So I have, we were told a couple of times, well, we'll kind of dive in and find out what the Supreme Court was thinking. What's the rationale? We should study this. And I don't think we ever really did that. We're just sort of like now going, well, let's have this change, even though it's a pretty drastic change. And we do say in the guidelines that when it comes to sentencing outside of the guidelines and when you're doing departures, that space belongs to the court. So I think before we say, well, we're just not going to follow that rule anymore, we should take a harder look at, well, what is the rule? Why do we have the rule? What the Supreme Court constantly says is when you're talking about durational departures, you focus on the offense and the harm to the victim, and that's what should guide your decision making. If we're going to switch to a situation where we say, well, the harm to the victim is horrendous, but the defendant's really a nice guy and look at all these positive qualities, therefore less prison time is warranted, that is such a major change. And it is so inconsistent with case law that I think we need to give it a little more time and attention and not just run with sort of an off the cuff comment. And I don't think we received any sort of research on this, any position paper on this. It was just sort of an idea that was thrown out and got some traction.
It's a gift he gave us before.
It
he
was a
left.
gift he gave us before
Yeah.
leaving. So I'm not saying that I couldn't in time come to say that, yes, that's maybe a good way to go. But I'm not there yet, and I think it's too drastic of a change for me to sign off on at this point because it is going to be a complete upheaval in terms of sentencing law.
Oh, we've got
Can
here
I-
and then over here.
Can I just ask a really quick follow-up question? So, and I'm much more familiar with federal court, so I apologize if I'm just way off on this. In federal court with the sentencing guidelines, my understanding is that if a court makes a decision based on a guideline and provides guidance about how to apply the guideline, and there's no statute behind it, like they're not interpreting a statute, then the sentencing commission can change the guideline. And then the courts need to go back and reevaluate the new language in the new guideline. And there's nothing improper about that. That's how it's designed to work. The sentencing commission can change the language. Is there any reason that that's different under Minnesota state law?
I don't know, but there is no language that's being changed here. It's not as if the guidelines say one thing and then there's a proposal to change them to say something else. The guidelines don't say anything about this except that departure factors are advisory except as otherwise established by case law. And then there's another point in the guidelines where it says something about departures are within the realm of the courts. They're not governed by the guidelines. So we're not changing something in the guidelines. We're saying
Case law.
we're changing case law.
Yeah, and the language says that departures are, basically departures are bound by case law. So like if there is, like, that's why you can't go more than double, 2 times
Right.
higher than the presumptive sentence, because the case law has said you can't go 2 times higher.
Unless you got a really, really, really good reason.
Exactly, yeah. So
Last
it's
comment over
yeah.
here, and then Kelly, I'm wondering if we should do a break first and then do the activity. So
might be a
think
good
about
idea.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, at the risk of speaking for the court, I won't do that, but I will say that my understanding is that these early cases talking about departure grounds were largely written by Chief Justice Amdahl, who was part of this commission at the outset of its creation. And I do think, for us to have a in-depth discussion about it. It would really require a paper that digs into the notions for it. But I am going to push back a little bit on the notion that there wasn't a rationale that was brought forward for this by Justice Amdahl. There certainly was, and he discussed the guidelines lists of permissible mitigating and aggravating factors. And I think his interpretation was that they focus more on individual responsibility and amenability. Whether that makes sense, 30 plus years later, that's a discussion we can have. But it is based on court interpretation of the Minnesota guidelines, and that was before the Court of Appeals existed. So the Court of Appeals has done most of the application of that, but it's based on these cases that Amdahl, and then I think Justice Sharon wrote some of these as well in the early 80s that kind of formed the basis for this distinction. And for better or for worse, as Judge Larkin indicated, that has been the law in the state of Minnesota, that all the judges are consistently trained on and occasionally reversed on, because sometimes that the comments that just Judge Knudsen made are, I think, felt by many. It's like, why aren't we able to look at these factors for this type of departure? But that's kind of the history here.
Thank you.
Sorry, and just to make it clear, maybe to those of us that don't always practice in state court or don't practice law at all, when we're talking about these departures, we're talking about both upward and downward departures.
Yes.
So it's not just downward departures. And if we changed it, the judge would be able to consider more factors to go up too, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Well.
Thanks for that.
Maybe, maybe
Well,
not. What are
I
the
mean,
factors?
The only factors the judge would consider going up are the factors that the jury decided on going up, as opposed to, because to go up, the jury now needs to make the decision that there are aggravating factors. I don't know that I can use other factors. Those are the only factors I can use.
Let's,
Can I just?
oh, so fast. Oh, so fast.
Just one comment that we came up with this departure that they could be used for either dispositional or durational, in large part because of Judge Knudsen's comments and also just kind of looking at different types of cases. But the mitigating factor that Kelly brought up, that's someone with a true zero where they have no criminal history. And that's like one of the driving, if you look at the departure rates for all of what we've looked at, that someone with the true zero, the departure rates are really significant on so many of those crimes. And so that one seemed like it should be able to use it for either a dispositional or a durational, but it didn't quite fit into the rubric of offender-related, offense-related, because it's just kind of on its own. And I think the thought was we want it to be able to be used for both. So that's where Kelly's talking about, they kind of go together. But that one was really significant if you look at those departures and from the exercises we did where they pointed out the true zero, those are huge departure rates. So.
Okay. I'm working on the fly here. I think we do need to take a break. And before you go on break, and it was supposed to be just a 10-minute break, really 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You may even hear me whistle to get you back over and start working. I'm going to give you the pairings or the three groups so that you can, as soon as you've had a break, and I think there was there's some candy over there, and don't forget the bathroom code if you need to run around the corner of the bathroom, all that important stuff. So group number one, these are last names, Mitchell and Mueller. Group number two, Larkin and Phrase. Did I do that? Yep. Three, Ladd, Mesrick, and Saxena. I'm sorry, I've been good with first names, but last names, this is new. Four is Middlebrook and Keefe. Five is Reeves, Castro, and Warren. So those are the groups. I will keep this with me if you need a refresher. Grab something, treat, a little sugar, a little whatever you need.
A little sugar.
Use the bathroom, and then have at it. Use those guides.
We're on break until what time?
2:30, yeah.
2:30, and then from 2:30 to 2:40, over by the wall. All right, thank you.
It just wasn't quite.
I don't do it.
Right, see, someone complete and waive their rights to trial. If the defendant.
I'm sorry. I need to send it back over because there is the one poster that you need, everybody needs to wait. It's got the sticky on there and to your group. No, and I'm just wondering, I'm sorry, we're running a little bit. When
Someone's gonna explain to me the half point. Might have.
When you are finished, go back and head to your seat, please.
No, I think they're.
I agree.
And
the judge
new thing.
So that was sort of.
They're the factors I want She's my tour guide for this song.
Well, I think you were, I think you might have been, but you know what, you don't have to worry. But I think. Very good. That's a good way
Did you make it all the way around?
Oh, yeah, all right, I like that.
That's all I have, yeah.
So Michelle and I was talking.
Yeah, you said the meeting.
Well, but I think I might feel that.
It was too much. I appreciate your input.
I wonder if that's.
I would.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You guys were easy, so anytime you want to have a tour, I gotta get just let me know.
Factors of reduced duration.
Well, so, yeah, very much.
I actually have a couple things to say.
Everyone I know is.
I will take your attention one more time, please. I'll take your attention one more time, please. And third time. I will take your attention one more time. Thank you. Just wanting to make you sure, because I think a lot of people are done. All members would have weighed in on this one with the yellow sticky up on top. All members. Only members that were not part of the steering committee weighed in on the other posters. And if you are done, go back and sit down, so I know you're done, so we can keep going with the agenda, all right? I saw him towards the end, and I think he was working his way. Thank you for watching.
They could be, but yeah. So, but the problem is like, for the attorney's office, the dollar amounts below the threshold.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't know. But it's like, with various places, but there was some viewership trades, like, and so they were on one.
But is it?
We're not seeing from these numbers. It's
Kevin?
Yeah.
So it's.
Have you talked to Harry Jacobs about it?
That would give you.
We've been playing this thing, so that's just it. When I.
Everyone left. Everyone left.
Are you able to put my document up on the screen?
Let me check.
I don't have slides, but it's,
I've been the flipper today. Oh, yeah, your document, sure, I can do that.
because, there are only 3 areas where language is needed, and so, I mean, everyone has seen it, but, we can just have the language up.
It's kind of sad.
And Kevin, I'll let you down for 20
And there's
minutes.
still
More to think about.
I think that's, yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll give you my nifty 5-minute warning.
Okay.
Sign.
Yeah.
When you get there,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
you're
what I'm
working on the
saying.
slides, and then just waiting for those last 2 members to have a seat.
But now they're complaining like, we don't know what they're doing because we don't have anyone with any experience.
Then go ahead and have a seat when you're finished.
It's just frankly, they would just take something that have done.
Isn't it like that Garcia tried some of those early cases that's hard.
Well, Kevin's set to go as soon as he's going to sit down. I'm going to give him a 5-minute.
Yeah.
And then we get right into. I don't know where Sean's, but you might be
So it's tough, you're right.
Yes, exactly.
Just
go with the rules. This is the first time, this is like, they have no other.
That's right. I think well is a little bit more confused.
Nothing, so brand, it's like the first time
They
they.
can't replace people fast. There's so many people leaving.
All right.
It's gonna be bad for a while.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I'm track. I think I can live with that. Thank you. We done that?
Yay. Oh, my goodness.
Just so the last one.
Characterize just whether.
That's a exaggeration.
I just.
Actually, great job explaining it for me, so.
All right, everyone.
I've invested in the shots. Take the easy way out.
Y'all know that there's a really, really good pan of bars over there. So
It is really good, I ain't gonna lie.
quietly sneak over and get a bar. if You can. Kevin will not be offended by that. I don't think, will you, if people sneak over? Kelly, you want to introduce Kevin and that topic and just let's just bring people back together.
Yep. Thank you.
So, all right, so Kevin Wrights is here. He's from the University of Minnesota research team. And he's been talking to us about potential changes that we could make to our purposes and principles section. He's been here before. He's taken our feedback. Now it's sort of the time to get to yes. And so he's going to bring some additional ideas today and proposals for where we could go with that. So with that, I'll hand it over to you.
And I mean, everyone's seen a formal document. I think we're going to have some language appear on as I'm talking, but you had the document with some proposed additional additional language to the purposes section of the guidelines, and it has struck me throughout that in discussing things like severity, proportionality, criminal history, one of the great benefits of this comprehensive review is that it's always necessary to say, well, what are the purposes that we're trying to achieve? Because that should motivate what kinds of things you talk about if you think the changes would be beneficial. And I think that accumulated conversation and wisdom and agreement on many issues is one of the contributions of the comprehensive review that could be memorialized in the guidelines for future commission members, future decision processes. So I'd hate to waive that effort that's been put in. And we've had a number of meetings on this subject where I've presented various ideas. I've certainly heard a lot of feedback to various kinds of approaches. And this current document, which no one's voting on today, but this current document is a version of trying to solidify language that captures those conversations and feedback. Okay. Now, as background to this, the underlying purposes of the guidelines were really reworked substantially in the late 1980s. The original guidelines emphasized proportionality and neutrality. In sentencing in the late 1980s, public safety was added as the primary purpose of the sentencing guidelines, but the earlier purposes were not limited or abrogated, and they're still there too. So that just thinking about the various rationales for how the guidelines should work has become much more complicated in the 1980s compared with the original guidelines. What is public safety? What is proportionality? How do they interact? When do they interact? And the focus in the comprehensive review on criminal history made it pretty clear that you have to think about those things, proportionality and public safety, when we deal with policy issues about criminal history. And Kelly has already spoken about this earlier today, that it's helpful to know what the purposes of criminal history are or should be. Is there any consensus on that? Because that can lead you in one direction or another in what you do with it, not only in the framework of the comprehensive review, but in later discussions. So there are 3 paragraphs in this document. I hope you've all had the chance to look at them. The first short paragraph, the new language is all in red, underscored. The first new paragraph would address public safety and would clarify how the commission sees that, because public safety is a term that has many different meanings and connotations in the criminal justice profession over the last few years. I think there's consensus among the commission, or near consensus, that the commission understands public safety to be achieved through a number of different mechanisms, including rehabilitation, so offenders do not reoffend, deterrence, and incapacitation. And it ought to be stated that this is a kind of multivalent understanding. And further, and we heard some of this today as well, it's possible for the imposition of criminal penalties to actually backfire in some ways. So the second sentence of the first paragraph, just council's decision makers, when appropriate, to just exercise caution or make sure you think about the fact that it's possible, even however well intentioned a judge may be or a sentencing commission may be when prescribing penalties, it's worth thinking about the fact that sometimes we're actually making it harder for people to rehabilitate and reintegrate. Now, the proportionality paragraph would be an addition to the guidelines, which say that, well, proportionality has to do with the current offense and the prior history. But it doesn't say exactly what the relationship is. As Kelly, as Chair Mitchell said earlier, today the guidelines have said since the beginning that criminal history should be a secondary consideration. But if you go back to the original legislative history of the guidelines and some of the discussions we've had here and what's been up on the screen in other presentations, I think it's fair that proportionality and sentence severity has to do with the harm done by the defendant in the current offense, as well as culpability of the defendant. But then the question is, well, where does criminal history come into that? And as we've said today earlier, well, the fact that someone has a criminal history makes them more culpable, at least in a lot of cases, than they would otherwise be for the current offense. We're not re-punishing them over and over for something they did in the past and were previously sentenced for. But the fact that the criminal history is there affects proportionality in today's sentence because it contributes to blameworthiness or culpability in the current offense. So that's the gist of this paragraph. I think it makes explicit some things that a lot of people agree upon, but if you don't lay it out, it's not necessarily what every reader of the guidelines would come up with on their own. And finally, because we spent so much time on criminal history and the discussion of various proposals, it was certainly striking to me that criminal history is one of the major axes of the guidelines. It's a major driver of sentence severity. And yet the guidelines had never said anything about what the purpose of criminal history should be. But when making policy, what are we thinking about? And I very much like what Kelly had on the slide earlier and have taken that to heart, that we ought to conceive of the criminal history score as serving dual goals of public safety and proportionality. Okay, because it makes the defendant more blameworthy in many or most cases if there's a prior history. But also it's a pretty good indicator, not the best or perfect indicator, but it's a pretty good indicator of recidivism risk. So the new paragraph in the criminal history section is meant to capture that idea. In addition to that, at the end, there's a sentence that says, well, criminal history is not meant to re-punish over and over for prior offenses that have already been punished. That's not what we're doing. Criminal history goes to the blameworthiness of the defendant in the current offense. Okay, and what matters is what commission members think, but to me, that's an important qualification to state that the purpose of criminal history is ABC, but it's not this, not D. So you've all had the document, and I guess what makes sense, and the time I have is to open it for comments. I suppose the most important issue is should some version of these new statements proceed over the next few months as part of what the commission deliberates on and ultimately would vote upon.
So I fully understand the indicator of, when we talk about criminal history as an indicator of the risk of recidivism. I'm not so sure I understand that they add to a defendant's blameworthiness for the current offense. Can you help me better understand that?
Well, I think, it's funny because even if you go back to the original commission's legislative history, that's the way they put it. I think that's the way Kelly put it in her slide. The idea is that if someone has 2 prior offenses, you're not re-punishing. I mean, they've already been sentenced and punished in the prior proceeding. But the fact that they had that criminal history and now they've done something again, right? They've had exposure. And whatever the outcome of the earlier case was, it didn't change their behavior.
So they should have known better.
So there's, the sense is, so they're more culpable than someone who has no criminal history at all. And I do feel it's important to say, as the guidelines currently say, well, this is a secondary factor, right, in the sentencing determination. But it seems like you may be suggesting the criminal history should not play a role in proportionality determinations. I mean, am I understanding you correctly?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted a better understanding how it adds to the blameworthiness of the current offense. I mean, I clearly understand the recidivism point, but I think I do.
I think the way Kelly put it, these early convictions and sentences that you've received have not prevented you from committing an offense in the future, and that's more blameworthiness, a little, more culpability for the current offense than other one.
Do you want help queuing people up?
Oh,
Because we've got Kyra and then Brian, was your hand up?
okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and do that, because you've been playing that role and you're very good at it.
Kyra, then Brian, and Richard.
So I had one thing, but then after Judge Castro made his comments, I would just say this. We've had a long tortured debate about custody status point and about sort of how that should affect something. And so how I see the blameworthiness issue is that if 2 people present committing the same crime and no one has any prior criminal history and somebody does, should they both get the same sentence? And I think a rational person would say, no, this person who's done this before, been subject to probation, has had some stuff, they should be treated differently. So that to me is the blameworthiness piece that's kind of balanced, and the end of it that's driving whatever happens with their new offense. But what I wanted to say on page 3, under, I think there's a typo, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding it. Maybe it's my reading of it. Under paragraph number 3.
Probably a typo.
It says risk in the past tense. Is it supposed to be risks like present tense?
Oh, let's see.
Harms done or risks or risks.
Let's see, I'm looking at page, I'm looking at page 4.
Page 3, paragraph 3,
Yeah.
line 2.
Language.
The second one,
Yeah, that one. I don't know if it's
in the harms done or risk to victims.
risk past tense or risk present tense or risks.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, some harms that are actually visited upon the victim, but sometimes a criminal history, I mean, a criminal event places risk of harm on someone that doesn't actually occur, like, driving under the influence. So I don't know, grammatically,
Okay,
we can play with the grammar.
Yeah, I was just reading it and it just kind of jumped out the page and I was like, I said risk.
Like it should be
Risk,
without the ED.
Risked.
It should be risk, yeah.
It should be red.
Harms done or risk to victim. Well,
Yeah,
What about
risk to
just-
victim.
harms done
Never
in
heard
past
risk.
tense.
How about just harms
So,
or
but
risks?
anyway, this is an example of the kind of wording.
Sure.
But
I don't mean to be picky. I was just reading it and I was like, okay. Anyways, I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I think more fundamentally, I wonder whether, what it's trying to say, is that something that the commission members agree upon? Is it saying something that we agree, that the commission agrees?
So I've got Brian, Richard, and then Surya, you got.
funny, my middle name is Richard, so I felt like my mom was saying Brian Richard.
Do the mom tone.
In the first paragraph highlighted, the public safety sort of definition, I think we've talked a lot about that. And I think that second sentence said, and I don't know if I'm just saying this for record or what, but it reads weird to me that it's focused on the defendant. You know, I know victimization is talked about in the first line and it's talked about in some of the other areas. But it seems to me if I'm telling the judge to be cautious in the sanctions provided, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with talking about reintegration, but it's the focus on the defendant that I just sort of have a hard time. And I don't know if
Would you reward it?
yeah, I was trying to think, I mean, like, I don't know that. And I kind of kept coming back to maybe that is what it is, but we're not, it talks about a law abiding community. So, but there's other reasons, like a judge making a cautious decision and sanctions would take, I would think, victims into consideration, the community in consideration, punishment. I don't know. I'm kind of just sort of opining here, and I don't know if I'm.
I think what the sentence is trying to say, maybe what you're saying, that you know, if we're actually making it harder for someone to be law abiding in the future by imposing too many conditions of supervision, or that results in future criminal behavior. So but that could be restated in the second sentence.
I feel like all the tools that a judge would have would be legitimate tools, and that they would take, they would take caution and I feel like victims, that just kind of floats around. That's not centered in here. It's like, how do we get this person back out into society, which maybe is a part of it, but it's not the only part. So, thank you.
Richard, then Surya.
I appreciate your question, Judge Castro, because it's one that's driven sentencing philosophers crazy. Because, you know, what is it about prior convictions that makes this a new crime culpable? Some people have just thrown up their hands and saying, well, there really isn't any good. It's just an intuition. But, you know, it's something you said, that, you know, if he's done this before, I think, you know, the strongest argument is if he's committed this crime before, he's been sanctioned for it, and then here he is doing it again. And I think that strikes me, because otherwise we're saying, once you're convicted of a crime, you're not just under the general duty to obey the law, you're under a heightened duty to not violate any criminal laws. You know, and then we're sort of saying, well, you should know that you have an antisocial character, and you need to control it. Well, that may be true, but we don't generally think of punishment that way. So anyway, it's one of those fundamental intuitions that I think the initial commission recognized, partly because they had to take existing practice into substantial consideration. We have to have criminal history in here, and it's not going to go away. But there is still a question of, you know, how much weight does it get? How much more blameworthy is it? And what are the downsides of future criminal history enhancements? So I guess I've made my peace with saying not only that first offenders are less culpable, but that repeat offenders are more culpable, especially if they commit the same crime. But I just want to keep it within the limits that I think the original commission had. I don't think they foresaw how many people would be sent to prison because of criminal history the way it is today.
Yeah, I had similar thoughts. You probably expressed them way better than I will, Professor Fraze. I don't know that all forms of criminal history always enhance somebody's blameworthiness. I mean, I can envision a scenario where somebody is convicted of a drug offense in their 20s, and then, you know, we're going to maybe change the decay period here. But if you're talking about currently, you know, they could be a totally different person in their 30s committing a white collar offense. And I don't really know that their drug offense affected anything or made them more blameworthy. And I'm a little concerned that the way that this sentence is written could be interpreted in a few different ways, maybe directly opposite ways by different people. If we added the last sentence in the paragraph under paragraph 3, criminal history contributes to this assessment because it adds to the defendant's blameworthiness. Well, I don't know that it always does. I think the first part of paragraph 3 already says, and the grid makes it very clear that the criminal history score is being taken into account. I would hate for this sentence to convince, and I don't know that it would, but I would hate for somebody to read that and think, well, I'm really locked into this box on the grid because the commission is telling me criminal history always enhances somebody's blameworthiness. So I'm not gonna depart.
Wording at one point, I was thinking of saying that, well, criminal history goes to blameworthy, or is relevant.
May contribute to, or I just don't know if we need it. I'm not sure I'm following why we need it, why we need an extra sentence about it.
Yeah, well.
Just in that one. So.
Yeah, maybe I just missed, and you probably explained this before. I don't know why we need to talk about why, but maybe I'm missing something.
I will just say in the steering committee's discussion on Hernandezing, part of the stumbling block was the answer to that question, why do we have criminal history? Because the answer to that question may unlock the key to how we should treat Hernandez offenses, which are sort of in the criminal history, but sort of not. Sort of contemporaneous more than historic.
Yeah, I don't know that was the goal of adding the language to try to make people more convinced that criminal history makes somebody more blameworthy. Because if that's not the goal, then I guess the way I read the sentence is to lock in the premise that criminal history always makes you more blameworthy.
Right, and there may be a way to reword it, but if that's not the role that criminal history plays in proportionality, what is the role that criminal history?
That's a good question.
That plays in proportionality.
Perhaps last question to Michelle.
Well, I just, whenever we talk about this, I just think the obvious thing for me is if the purpose of the guidelines is to treat similarly situated people similarly, how do you do that if you don't look at their criminal history? Unless you just want to say, we want to look at no one's criminal history, but as Professor Fraze just said, if we're going to say, okay, someone who has no conviction of any type, no state of adjudication of any type, deserves a break. Well, I don't know how you can say that and then not say, well, somebody who does have prior convictions doesn't deserve a break or deserves something else, or that's how we're going to compare and make sure we're treating people the same. Do we really think if we have two people commit an ag rob and one's has 3 prior felony conviction and one doesn't, that we would say, well, those 3 prior felony convictions don't matter? I just don't know how you say they don't matter. And if you are going to say they don't matter, why do we need guideline sentencing? Because we're not then treating people the same.
Right, and I'm not advocating that criminal history be erased from the guidelines calculation, but as in the discussions that I've overheard from the bleachers over there, it seems like when you encounter an issue, and Nate raises a good point, like Hernandez, you need to go back and say, well, what are we trying to achieve here in importing criminal history into this, and what are the reasons for that? Is it recidivism risk? Is it something else? What else beyond recidivism risk? The new true zero mitigating factor that's on the table proceeds from the assumption that the criminal history score should, some of the time, or in this instance, respond to reduced recidivism risk. Okay, so to me, I have a hard time thinking through what are we trying to do with criminal history in one setting or another if we haven't attempted to articulate. It's an entire separate axis of the guidelines, and the guidelines have never said what's it for, and how does it play a role in proportionality or in public safety.
So I believe the starting point question that you posed to the group is, are you okay with moving forward with more work on the draft. Do I have that right? So
Well,
that's
I guess the question is, as we move into the next 2 or 3 meetings, should some revisions of, some revision of this kind, that includes some or all of what's in the current draft, should that discussion move forward over the next few months?
And I just have an observation. From practitioners, judges, probation officers, like the guidelines are too complicated. They're too hard to figure out. I just don't know who's going to be reading this and how it impacts implication of the guidelines. These seem like policy statements that talk about how we think about things. But what we're trying to do is write guidelines that tell people what they're supposed to do to impose a sentence that'll be upheld on appeal. So I just feel like this maybe goes, like, maybe we don't need to say anymore.
I'll push back on that and say, I think that there's a reason why this is in the front of the guidelines, and it is for us. And it is to help ground our decisions as we move forward and how we write things. So I think it really is important for us to think about whether what's there today doesn't say enough, and whether we need to further define some of these concepts, because they were brand new when they were written originally. And that's, we're doing a comprehensive review. So I think it is time 40 years later to be like, does it say enough? Do we know what it means? Because it's going to guide us and the people that sit in our seats, going into the future. So I would advocate for continuing to talk about it.
I see both. I'm just wondering if we could just do a simple around the room, proceed or not proceed. So it's more of a procedural weigh-in than anything. So if you are, literally, I'm going to start with you, Richard. Proceed or not proceed?
I didn't, by the way, mean to suggest we was taking up history out. But, yeah, definitely.
Proceed. Proceed.
Yes, but I would be interested in looking at ways to maybe reword some of this.
Well, I think that's
Yeah.
part and parcel, if that's the way
Yeah.
it falls, just with a simple majority. I suppose I should have laid that out first.
Proceed.
Okay.
Proceed.
I'll say no, just to be that one.
Proceed. Proceed so long as we can tinker around with it.
Well, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay.
Proceed with the ability to tinker in at it.
Yep.
Proceed.
Yep.
Proceed.
And another technical.
Well, I was just going to say, one thing that's worked well for me in drafting statutory language in the past, that I have to ask the staff whether this is appropriate. But often I just solicit emails if someone has a wording suggestion or a broader thought. Send me an email and that will help me to figure out what some of the options are. And I'm never afraid to make a good suggestion.
Is that okay, Nate? Just
We could have a quorum committee that could help you with that, but we cannot have.
Okay, yeah. I was a little worried.
Essentially, it'll be a
It's very helpful, but it's not sunshine law. Okay.
And Esmeralda, did you have a comment that you still wanted to?
I was just gonna co-sign on what Kelly said, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, one last technical timeout here. You needed to peel off soon, so I just didn't want you to sneak off without people knowing he had to leave a little early. He's gonna hopefully try to join in on the call from traveling, but I just didn't want you to not be recognized, so thank you for your participation. Okay.
Let's amend what he just said.
Okay, so if it is one-way communication and that communication is eventually disclosed, I think that would be fine. I mean, if you want to send me comments and I'll catalog them, forward on the professor, and then.
Yeah. Because particularly where, specific wording changes would be helpful to members, it's often nice to see that in writing.
One comment I would have, just from an organization of the guidelines point of view, is that purposes and principles belong in section 1A, and these comments about the purpose of the criminal history score belong in 1A also. Section 2 is long enough. We don't need to burden it with more information. It's essentially a manual on how to calculate the criminal history score, not a treatise on the reasons for the criminal. So I would suggest transferring that to 1A.
Like a new paragraph in 1A.
Yeah, yeah.
for
You
purpose
can
of
feel free to
criminal
reorganize 1A as you see fit, but I think that should all be centrally located in one.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alright. Get here, there, but it didn't work before. Okay. All right, we have 45 minutes left of meeting time. We need to reserve some of that time for public comment and closing remarks from Kelly and just around the room chance to weigh in. So the big last agenda item for us is to go back to what we learned from the non-steering committee members, as well as that one panel where everybody weighed in. During break and the last presentation, Shamsa went around and put everything into the document that's up on the screen right now.
Some of the handwritings, couldn't read.
So that's what you see in front of us. Now, if you just, even from where you're at, look around, there are plenty where you're clearly all at the love, like, live with stage. So I'm not going to take the time right now to talk about those. Let's get right to the ones where there might be a Leary Lowther comment in there and talk about those, okay? So proposal 1, I'm just going to say the change to felony decay period from 15 to 10. We're good to go. No, except for, what am I doing? Except for this, wait, we've got 3, I was wrong. The 3 votes, and does it help to see the whole thing? Let me know how small. Almost there. Too
Yeah.
small?
Yeah.
Too small? Okay, then you're gonna just have to remember, we're talking about change of felony decay period from 15 to 10. That's the one we're talking about. There's a loathe it with 3 votes on it. Basically saying I would recommend decay at petty and gross misdemeanor, low-level felony, high-level felony. One of the 3 votes state except for domestics. Okay, so 3 Leary's. Did you have a comment?
Well, just that
Lois, excuse me.
these are only votes of people who aren't on the steering committee.
Right. Correct.
So everybody who's here, who was on the steering committee on almost all of the issues is set in favor.
Absolutely. You got that perfectly right. Yep. So we still want to give airtime. Absolutely. That's the whole purpose of this, for the non-steering committee members to be able to weigh in and have their voices heard. So do any of you others that weren't at the I loathe it stage, do you have any clarifying questions on what these 3 people said they'd like to see moved up? Am I confusing you? You've got to look like you can. I didn't want to confuse
Yeah,
you.
some people don't even know which one you're talking about. I think it was easier when you just
Felony.
put it there.
The
Yeah.
felony 15 to
The
10.
change of felony decay period from 10 to, or 15 to 10 years.
So I could use clarification on what the folks who put loathe it, what would they want it to be?
I just looked at the posted over there. It said that for, I think it's probably misdemeanor, since we don't have the petties, but the misdemeanor and gross misdemeanor was 5 years. Low-level felony was 7 and high-level felony was 10.
Okay.
Just different numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. So on this one, basically, they would bifurcate it. We somehow have to define low level versus high level felony. 10 for high level, 7 for the lower level.
And I mean, violent versus not violent,
I have always like said-
basic, I mean,
Sorry.
do it from there, but.
So that's what we have on the table right now. If the changes that are emerging and suggested here happen, would any of you that are currently in the love, like, live with mode drop out? into Leary or Lowe?
Including the steering member people?
Well, that gets at one of the questions that came out earlier in that, gosh, as I'm hearing more discussion, I wonder if that's making me shift my opinion. Kyra and then Michelle.
So I understand sort of the thought behind it. I would be sort of in a different category, primarily because all of a sudden I think it gets to be a complicating factor when we have this sort of tiered system. And I will just say, if you look to the statute, you can see what a violent crime is, what a crime of violence is. There's all definitions depending on where you're at in the statute and what statutes it applies to or not. And I think if one of our providing or overriding goals is to make it more simple, I think having a tiered system like that complicates it. So I think for me, as a starting point, having it be the same across the board for everything is where I land. And again, a big piece of it is for simplicity and not trying to create more sort of subtexts and sub rules within the guidelines, complicating it.
Michelle? In terms of the number, I think Kelly was the one that suggested 10, and then that would bring us in line with other states. And then I just think, okay, felonies, 10, isn't it 10 years for impeachment by prior felonies? Isn't 10-year about the look back period for enhancement? It just seems to me that that's sort of the number that, pardon?
That's interesting.
Yeah, that we use when we're dealing with how long is a felony going to stick with you? And so 10 years is
We'll
the
talk about
period
that.
in different
The
contexts.
10 years for like the look
Yeah.
back for domestics and DWIs for enhancing. That was part of our discussion when that was also part of the discussion with coming to that number. So yeah, sorry to be interrupt.
So we didn't pull it out of thin air.
No, we didn't. There was a lot of conversation around that.
So hearing some of those explanations of what the conversation was like in the steering committee, the three that came out with the I loathe it, does that change your thinking? Could you live with it?
I would rather see progress than none.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
So that means I could live with
I
it.
certainly wouldn't say no to it if that's the best we can do. But I think we could do better, and I think that within the expungement rules, a lot of the language is already pretty spelled out of what would go where and how it's laid out. I know that's a little bit different, but it's the work's been done to identify them.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
I mean, when we're talking expungement, just because something is expunged doesn't mean prosecutors can't rely on it to charge and other things, right? It depends.
I could
Others
live
that
with it.
were were you at a?
I was. I appreciated what Merlin shared. So I signed on to that. I can live with it. I think, again, it's movement, so that's good.
Okay. So that leaves one more person at the loathing stage. Can you live with it, having heard this conversation? I don't want to push you in one direction or not, whoever you are. I just want to give you some airspace. Okay. So Nate, I keep coming back to you. Is there anything else you need on this particular proposal for moving forward?
No, this is clear.
Okay.
Reduced to 10.
Right, I'm gonna move on unless somebody gives me a look like, don't you dare move on.
Can I just share
Yeah,
that, I was one of the people that loved this proposal, but I talked to Marlon a little bit about it and I read your note and I wonder if there's any further discussion on this issue down the road, if a dividing line might be based on the length of the prior sentence as opposed to the severity of the prior sentence, like in terms of, instead of looking categorically at the crime, whether it's a violent crime, if you might think about shortening the decay period based on the length of the prior sentence instead, that might be a little bit easier to implement. I guess I had a little concern about how you would implement that tiered system.
So two things on that. One is there's sort of a built-in extension for the length of the prior sentence right now because the decay doesn't start until you get out of prison, if you go to prison. Number one. And number two is keep in mind, all these principles have to apply to out-of-state offenses. So I actually like if you were gonna look at the prison term, maybe that's a little bit easier to look at statewide in other jurisdictions, but does get very complicated when you try to analyze, whether it's a high level, low level.
Mhm.
It becomes very complex.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one, which, proposal number 2 is change the misdemeanor decay period from 10 to 7 years. All right, change the misdemeanor decay period from 10 to 7. You had one person coming in at the low that with same comment as above due to related content. Okay, that was the statement on the sticky. No,
So that
oh,
was,
that's this. That was Shams was saying, hey, same one as the previous sticky. Does that make sense to everyone?
so for the misdemeanor, it would be 5 years proposed under that. When they were broke down, it's 5 years.
I'm in the same boat for that. Like I can live with it.
You can live with it.
With the shift.
I'm just giving you time to make sure everybody's good. One Mississippi. Mississippi.
Maybe we could compromise on this one and kick this one down to a 5.
For misdemeanors.
Since we moved on the other one.
Well, so this is what I will say, that, for many other states, misdemeanors are at 5 years. We had it at 10. So it's not out of the realm. And then the reason that we chose 7 was because there is some research that's been done on, if you go this many years crime-free, at about 7 years, you're less likely, you have about the same risk to reoffend as anybody else. So that was kind of the hinge point for why 7. I will say that I'm not opposed to 5 on the misdemeanors either, though, so.
And just to be clear, people crimes are different. So like domestics would be ranked, considered differently.
No,
the rest is.
right now it's just felony, misdemeanor.
I'm
Yeah.
not good with that. No, that's the.
I mean, that's partly true in the sense that misdemeanors are only targeted misdemeanors, and those tend to be crimes like DWIs and domestics and the sort of crimes that you get booked for.
All right, I'm gonna keep going. And in this case, just looking for more yellow stickies. We get to go all the way down to 7. That's the next time there's some flags to explore together. Here we go. So proposal 7 is add new language focusing courts on logic rather than factor class in departure decisions. So that's the proposal. And here we had quite a lot of loathers. We also had some. Why are you all laughing? It must be.
You're characterizing the whole commission as loather.
Well, just 5.
Well, you had 2 love it, you had 1 like it, 3 I can live with it. You got 5 saying I'm leery of this, need more discussion, but in favor of change. And then we get to the loathe. You laugh at the alliteration, but I tell you, it sticks in your head, doesn't it? So 3 votes. Comments were based on case law, SGC should not disturb. This change is contrary to the integrity of the MSG by the Supreme Court. It should not occur without case law change and discussion of the underlying reasons for this. And then finally, guidelines say departures are for the court/case law. 40 years of Supreme Court case law says durational departures must be based on offense, for Pete's sake, factors and not based on offenders factors, and no departures would ... make less serious
Yeah, this is the one I needed assistance.
Oh, okay. Major change, not sure we can or
Yeah,
should
everything
do
else
it
is
less,
before.
at least without full consideration research, which we have not done. Michelle, was that yours? Can you
Yes.
do that again?
No, okay. Guidelines say departures are for the court. Deference to case law, 40 years of Supreme Court case law says durational departures must be based on offense factors and may not be based on offender factors. plus there's to be no departure unless substantial and compelling circumstances make the offense significantly more or less serious. That's what you need for a durational departure. So again, this is just a major change. I'm not saying it's not worth exploring, but I'm not sure we can or should do it willy-nilly without giving it a little more thought and attention. However, you know, one thing that was mentioned, and I think bears discussion, is our suggestion that you could say a reason for a downward departure is that a true zero, and that's a confusing term, but someone who literally has no convictions, no stay of adjudication, nothing. So that is a new factor. There's no case law on that. So in theory, we could say, well, we want this new factor. It applies to both durational and dispositional departures without running afoul of any Supreme Court precedent. So it's just a thought. My other concern is like, and just thinking this through, how does this work? So what if we say, well, first of all, you're gonna chuckle, like, these should be based on logic. Well, if it was based on logic, and I know why we don't do this, we wouldn't say, well, you can't consider the fact that somebody is in school or has a job or has stable housing. You can't consider any of those things. I mean, if you ask most people, they would say, well, that's illogical. So when you just broadly say, base it on logic, I think you're not providing clarity there. I'd say we go slowly with this one. Oh, what I was thinking was, if we're going to say, this is a new departure factor, it works both ways. What if you want to say, well, this guy's a real piece of crap. I mean, look at his terrible personality. Look at all these offender characteristics that tell you this person is awful. So we want to give him more prison time. I mean, do we really want to be having Blakely trials where you're just doing a character assassination? I mean, there are reasons, there are things to think about, is all I'm saying. And we haven't thought about them and we haven't discussed them.
Are you okay with taking a comment from the gallery? Is this, tell us how it's relevant first, just so we know it's.
Well, it's relevant because research was mentioned several times, so I feel like it's my professional obligation to say that in the interviews, multiple people brought this up and talked about how there really is no line between what factors are considered, and that individual level factors are often considered for durational departures, and that they, you know, severity level factors are considered for probation. This was not something I asked everybody about, but it was brought up pretty consistently, and you can actually see it in the research that I present. The factors are across the board for durational and dispositional departure. So it's not legal research, and I cannot comment on that at all, but I'm just saying that it seems like when making, like, the logic behind whether somebody is eligible for departure, it kind of goes across both of those types of factors. So
thank you. Go ahead.
I really respect the academic and historical and you know, the research has gone into this, but you know, we're trying to create guidelines here that can be applied by practitioners in the district courts without creating chaos. And I think this particular suggestion just would be a neutron bomb dropped into the middle of our guidelines, and would be advising district courts that they could do something that for the last 40 years the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court have said you can't do. And I is justifiable as the discussion is to maybe have, I don't know what has to come first in terms of chickens and eggs here, but I think there needs to be you know, if there's a belief that the Supreme Court should be reassessing the rationale behind that distinction, that probably needs to come to us in the form of an appellate decision brought by somebody who's in a position to articulate the reasons for that. You know, but I mean, the Guidelines Commission can say what it wants to say about that, but if we're trying to help create a process that is effective and useful. I just think we need to be very careful about not going too fast in this direction.
I was gonna say, I think just one question that came up for me when we're thinking about individual factors is bias around how we see that person. And so, and we weigh that. And so thinking about how we're gonna account for that as well feels important.
So I don't mean this to be one of those bombs at all. I'm just kind of curious, how people think about this, because like, to me, this is a separation of powers issue, and I know that's a pretty loaded thing to talk about, but if the Supreme Court wasn't interpreting a statute, isn't our responsibility to implement whatever guideline we think is appropriate, whatever commentary we think is appropriate, and then if it's contrary to a court decision, then the courts can take it from there, and if they decide to change their precedent, they may. If they decide not to, they may. But I'm concerned that even considering precedent that's just based on the guidelines is sort of contrary to what we're supposed to be doing. Like, if the precedent is based on a statute, I totally get it. But if it's not based on a statute and it's based on what this body has said, which, you could call it a regulation, you could call it sub-regulatory guidance. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to think about it from a separation of powers perspective, but I just don't understand why we have to defer to state court precedent if it doesn't relate to a statute.
Tanya,
I
and then-
Brief-
oh, wow,
briefly
okay.
respond to that.
Oh.
Let me just, if I could, sorry, Justice Moore. I don't know which way that cuts in terms of whether we should do this or not, and I'm one of the people that think we should just talk about it a little bit more. But I'm not sure I'm understanding why there's such a focus on the precedent aspect of it.
I mean, the point is well taken and it's reasonable. Remember, however, the commission's authority is based on a delegation from the legislature that is based on a statute that's based on, as I understand it, and Director Wrights can correct me if I'm wrong, and some of our academic members of the audience that have been working with this longer than I have. And it does get to some kind of interesting separation of powers questions. I don't disagree with that. We have wrangled with that as a court. And I don't know, I just think for those reasons, caution is maybe the order of the day. Is it worth a ongoing discussion? Yeah, I think it is.
Latanya, and then Catherine, and then Michelle.
I do like Vice
Oh,
Chair.
and then Kelly, and oh my goodness. Okay, so go ahead.
I do like Vice Chair Larkin's proposal to make it to the true zero and then having some further discussion on what that will look like. But I do think we could push the envelope a little bit on this. I do think it'd be nice to have some more discretion when it comes to the reasons why someone may depart, especially when we're seeing high departure rates. But I do understand this is a little sticky on 40-year case law, and that's out of my purview. But the person that does the work on the ground, I would like to see more discretion when we can recommend and those type of things. So, yeah, thank you.
Kathy, Michelle, Kelly.
So I guess just to weigh in a little bit on, right now, there seems to be this real dividing line, and in the guidelines, they list, there's different reasons listed for the departures, and it's a non-exclusive list to start with. But what I will say from doing hundreds of these appeals is that you can't get out of those two boxes. And, I appreciate that you need to get a case in front of the Supreme Court that has, these where this is maybe a relook at it, but it's really hard to get there. And right now, there's cases that, the district court will give a disposition, well, they'll give a durational departure to a gross misdemeanor sentence that's considered durational. But a lot of the reasons given have to do with the offender-related factors. And those are they're at the Court of Appeals immediately reverses those. And we can't, even if it's the best case ever, we cannot get beyond that. And I think that, you know, when Judge Knutson brought this up at the steering committee, that was the thing that, you know, we thought about. I mean, for me particularly, because of all the appeals we do, and we see this, we can't get past that. And I think some, you know, pushing the envelope, I like Latanya's phrase there, but I think that some, even whether it's commentary or you putting this in the departure, you know, a reason would be really helpful for the commission to, you know, present that. It gives that a little bit more, I think, support for an appeal where we are trying to get a case up there and get the Supreme Court to finally take one. So I think that, you know, that's kind of, you know, my thoughts on it.
Kathleen Kelly. Or excuse me, Michelle.
Just a couple of thoughts, as someone who's been here a long time and has seen things play out. We've been on a little bit of a honeymoon for 2 years because we've been doing this. There are plenty of people and news organizations who watch what we do and who are ready to pounce and have demonstrated the ability to shut down what we do. And it's happened. I think to say, well, we're just going to do this. Well, first, to me, there's a little bit of a conflict in saying we're a guideline state. The guidelines is the presumptive sentence. Even though they're advisory, the judge must follow the presumptive sentence unless there are substantial and compelling circumstances. All the case law says guidelines are not favored. They're to be discouraged. There should be far and few between. And yet what we're saying here is, well, we want a way to have more departures, which seems inconsistent with the guideline system. So that's thing number one. Thing number two is we're not the legislature. We're not elected to these seats. The legislature doesn't pass on who sits in these seats. It's basically the Supreme Court puts one person, the Court of Appeals puts another, District Court Association puts another, and Commissioner of Corrections or designate. Beyond that, it's the governor. So this is a group that has, and it's been reported and it has been complained, that has a lot of power, and it's granted a lot of power, even though none of us get here with the support of the public. They're political appointments. If this group comes out and says, well, you know, people are upset with judges, they're giving all these departures, why are we seeing this revolving door? This is crazy. So now you're saying that you've got 40 years of Supreme Court case law sort of restricting the circumstances when you can give departures from the guideline. And the Sentencing Guidelines Commission has said, we don't care, we're going to do it this way. Be ready for the press. And through all of this, I have said, in terms of recognizing the need to compromise and the need not to have a minority report, we've got to think about how all of this plays to the public. And I just think this is the nuclear option, to say, we don't care about 40 years of precedent. Even though this is a guideline state, we don't want to be having departures. We're going to write new guidelines that open the door to more departures. I just think you're going to get a lot of backlash and it won't end well.
So I don't think it is the nuclear option. And the reason for that is, you know, for me, if I would have more deference to the precedent if it had been interpreting anything that existed at the time. It interprets nothing. There was nothing in the guidelines that the Supreme Court came up with that interpretation on its own. And so for that reason, you know, what we're really facing here is an absence of the commission having said anything. I do agree it's a separation of powers issue. I do believe we have the authority and power to make a statement about when departures should be imposed and how, and that then the court can interpret that once we make that statement. But because that has never been said, I just don't think we have to defer to the Supreme Court forever. And we've had this disagreement in this group before when the Supreme Court has interpreted our language, and we've tried to change it to be what we meant it to say. We got the pushback that we can't do that either from some of the members in this group. That's not true. We have the authority to say these things. So I think we should really consider whether we want to make this change. I'm okay if the decision is we don't want to make this change, but not because it's based on case law, because we've never said anything. So that's where I stand on that one. And I would hope that there might be a way forward to just think about it more. What would we want to see? What research, what information would be helpful? We could bring that forward. If after that we still don't want to do it, that's fine. If after that we do want to do it, then I'd be all for it.
Okay. So I'm going to have you all pause for just a moment, think about everything you've heard while I just check in with staff on public comment. So just pause and think for a moment. Leah, do you know where we're at with requests to speak?
Oh, it'd be Nate.
Oh, Nate.
Yeah, well, why don't we make an announcement right now? So for the members of the public who are online, looks like one person. If you would like to make a public comment at the end of this meeting, would you please press the button on your WebEx app that says raise your hand, so I'll be able to unmute you at that time. Or if there's anybody in the room who would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand.
I'm behind you, but I will make a comment.
Okay, so
So
we have
person in the room?
one person making a public.
Okay, that helps me know how much time we have to continue this discussion because I think it's important. So,
And I'm told that the one person is minute staff, so I don't think we will have anybody on.
okay, so we've got one public commenter in the room. When it gets to that point, we welcome you up here and we'll find a microphone for you too, so hang tight. So maybe Kelly will go until 3:45.
It's like, it's probably time to move on. Like, maybe we do the gut check about whether we should continue talking about this or not.
That's a great idea. So the idea that Kelly's putting forward is, are you comfortable moving forward with more conversation about this particular proposal? All we're asking is more conversation or not? And so let's do the same thing, just going around the room just to make sure.
Raise our hand faster.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
45.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, there we go. Got it.
If I can add real quick, as we talk about public, if you talk about public feedback, there is plethora of feedback that we got from the public during our engagement session, and there are perspectives that we see by audience that they share across audiences, and one of them being disparities in sentencing outcomes and departures as a sign of system misalignment. So on page 13, you could also see some references to what the public have shared. So please do use this as a reference point as you all are thinking about these conversations.
The last one. I think we got to, did we have any more of
Nope,
these?
that was the last
Oh,
one, which
that's
is
the
why
last
I.
one with anything. Okay, good.
Let me just double check.
We did good today.
I think so.
You
I have
all
sticky notes.
hit it out of the park today. I'm putting that out right out front. Hit it out of the park. Okay. Are we good moving to public comment? I do not want to leave this unless I know everybody's okay with the work that you've done so far on all this. Go ahead.
Can I just add, on this proposal related to changing the factors that can be considered for departures? I know we have to talk more about to what extent precedent and the systematic changes would be detrimental to the courts. But I would really benefit from hearing whether there are any other reasons why not to do this other than precedent and, changing the system or the practice. If maybe somebody mentioned those, I didn't hear any other reasons not to do it. And I was actually very interested in the fact that Judge Knudsen proposed this, because I wonder if a lot of judges would actually benefit from this, assuming that the Supreme Court went along with it. And so I'd be really interested in hearing whether district court judges, whether this would actually simplify their job, assuming that the Supreme Court went along with it. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to focus the discussion on that, but that's sort of something I'm thinking about.
Nate, I don't recall with this group what your guidelines are for public comment in terms of how many minutes.
It's the discretion of the chair. I think it says up to 3 minutes as appointed by the chair.
Okay, so I will, if I have.
I
my
can,
phone-
I'll take this, I'll take
Thank you,
over.
Thank you.
I'll take over. Thank you so much, Stacy. So welcome to the commission. We are very glad to have you here today, and I know you've hung in there with us all day. Appreciate it. So if you could just give us your name, identify your name for the record, and then please go ahead and make your statement.
Sure, thank you. My name is Anna Hall. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a defense attorney at the Legal Rights Center in Minneapolis. This is my first Sentencing Guidelines Commission meeting, and I have more than 3 minutes of comments, but I will attempt to limit. I have been here with you all day, and so I've been kind of percolating on the various things that you all have covered that I think are really important. With regard to the steering committee recommendations, I think I would voice on behalf of the Legal Rights Center, so all the attorneys there, that we are in support of all those recommendations. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this question of durational versus dispositional departures and what are appropriate considerations. As a practitioner, I'll just say it's been difficult for me to articulate to myself or to my clients what the distinction is between those two and why some factors can be considered and others cannot. Ultimately, as I understand it, the court interprets the guidelines, but if the guidelines change, the court's interpretation will also change. I would encourage the commission to adopt that recommendation as well. In terms of more general thoughts that came up for me as I was listening to the conversations throughout the day, there's a couple of things I heard named. This question of where do the offenses fall relative to other offenses? I think it's a really important question that was raised multiple times. It's something we see in our practice a lot. What comes to mind for me is felony DWIs where no one was hurt often end up in prison for longer than in situations where an identifiable victim was physically harmed. And that kind of disparity feels very challenging to explain to clients who feel like, yes, I made a mistake, but no one was hurt as a result. And how am I ending up with 4 years or 5 years or 6 years in prison? Another thing I noticed was conversations generally about the egregiousness of offenses. I think it's really easy to imagine the worst possible version of a crime. Just as often in practice, we see the least egregious version of something that fits within the statutory requirements. I would encourage this commission, as you're thinking about guidelines, to think about the full range of what might fit within a statute. Not just what is the worst possible thing that could fit within this crime and the elements of the statute, but also what is the least serious version of this, and to consider all of that when you're thinking about what the kind of standard, starting point of the guidelines range might be. I think when we're talking about mandatory or even presumptive sentences, a question was raised that I didn't feel like I heard the answer to, which is what is the purpose of the conversation to uprank? Is there research to show that the current rankings of offenses are insufficient? And if there is not research to show that, I'm not sure why there's even a conversation happening about upranking. It may be that there's a slew of CVHs I'm not hearing about. They're obviously very serious every time they happen. A lot of the offenses you discussed today are very serious offenses, and I don't take those lightly, but I do think that we're not talking about whether to make something a crime. It's a crime. We're just talking about where does the negotiation begin when we're discussing between a defense attorney and a prosecutor, when we're arguing to a judge. What's our starting point for this conversation? And there's always the possibility to go up from that starting point in particularly egregious situations and down in less egregious situations. I think all of us who have engaged in negotiation understand that where you drop the anchor, so to speak, in a negotiation, where you start it very, very much dictates where you end up. You start it here, you might end up here, but if you start it here, you might end up here. And I think it's really important to be considering what the purpose is of moving it upward. And I would like to see research about, the difference between 72 months and 60 months or 60 months and 48 before slowly but surely creeping up the scale. The final thing I'll say is that when it comes to mandatory sentences or even presumptive sentences, I'm often in the position of explaining to my clients why the state of Minnesota doesn't care about who they are. It's very, very challenging. Presumptive sentences and mandatory sentences often communicate to individuals in our community that we don't care about what they've gone through. We don't care about what their lives have been. We care only about this one thing, this one, mistake they made, maybe a serious one, maybe one that caused harm. But we don't care about anything besides that. And so I would encourage you to keep in mind that when you set presumptive sentences, there are real people who are learning something about what the state of Minnesota thinks of them and their value based on the sentences that you choose to set in this commission. I appreciate your time and all the work you're doing here today and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments today. Appreciate it.
Got one last thing, and then I completely turn it over to you.
Sounds good.
First, well, two things. First, thank you for allowing me to help you today. It's been a privilege, and I always learn a lot, so thank you for that too. I'd like to hear from each one of you in the framework of a weather report, and I'm looking at you because you're going to start. Yeah. So you're going to say it's sunny, it's cloudy, it's rainy, stormy, whatever you want on the progress that you've all made today towards achieving consensus on changes to the guidelines, CVO, CVH, assaults, failure to register, purposes and principles, everything that you've been working on. How are you feeling in the form of weather report on those changes and achieving consensus?
It's cloudy with a chance of rain.
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs or whatever that book is.
I would say that it was very positive to see that a lot of common ground. But so you just want my specific thing, or did you want an explanation?
Well, you can give us whatever you want, but I would like it to end with the weather report, so.
So I guess it was important for me to take into consideration some of the things from the other commission members and to remember that with this person from the community who reminded us is that there's other things to consider. So with that, I will stick with my cloudy with a chance of rain.
Okay.
What I thought was remarkable is the one issue that has really bedeviled the commission over the past few years, the custody status issue. I think as Chair Mitchell indicated, that was, a kind of a real unfortunate distraction. And we got to consensus on that. That wasn't even really an issue of debate today. I mean, and that really derailed the commission on some other events. So that was very positive. Aside from this question about, departure criteria, I think the forecast is actually pretty sunny, overall. So on balance, yeah, aside from that question, which, is kind of a little bit beyond where I thought we were going. That one was a little bit of a surprise to me, not having been on the steering committee, frankly. And I hope people understand that given my position, that puts me in kind of a difficult position with regard to, publicly sort of having to either ratify or reject the rationales that the court that I'm on has been utilizing for the last 40 years. But aside from that, I think things are actually looking pretty good. And I think the progress is noteworthy.
Yeah, I think it's partly sunny with a chance of a little drizzle. I've been on the commission almost 7 minutes. Well, maybe 7 hours now. Yeah, no, I found it really interesting. I think we're doing good work here, and I'm very proud of being part of this. But I also need to note that I don't represent myself here. I represent the District Judges Association, also the Judicial Council is, who ultimately approves, my appointment, so. I gotta look out after my colleagues, so.
Well, I think the forecast is a nice temperature and the Canadian wildfire smoke comes and goes. Fun for topics. I'm not gonna say anything else.
Wow, that was perfect.
That was creative.
I would say partly sunny with a few clouds here and there, but I think we did well on progress. Sunny with a chance of storms.
Fair enough. Yeah. Kelly?
Okay, you guys are way too negative. I am mostly sunny because I didn't know what to expect coming in today, and we have a lot of consensus, and that is a very pleasant surprise to me. I'm excited. The issues, I feel like the issues that we have, we can figure it out one way or the other, and doesn't matter which way it goes. Like, we'll figure it out. So I'm mostly sunny.
Nate, Brian?
Yeah, I'm with the chair. It was a surprise sunburst in a rainy forecast. So. Astonished at those boards up there, really.
Marlon, how about
I was
you?
gonna say partly smoky with the chance of a headache, but no, I think we got a lot of good work done today and got to exchange some perspectives that are important. I learned, and so hopefully maybe I said a thing or two that other people learned from me, and so happy with what we did here and where we're going. So.
Excellent.
I agree. I think partly sunny, mostly sunny. I'm glad that we got a lot done. I also really appreciate that people are keeping an open mind, willing to be convinced, willing to have a discussion, answer questions. I found that very helpful and really productive.
I agree. Great conversation. I'm gonna say I see the rainbow. The clouds are parting and the sun is coming out. I'm good right there. Yep.
I'm gonna say sunny with the hope of a hurricane. Only because I had a lot of time to think about this. So thank you. Only because I hope that there's conversations that like uproot things in the future so that we can build something different. Yeah.
All right, Landis, Richard.
Well, I'd say pretty sunny for the rest of this phase. A lot was left on the table. And we can continue to discuss things even without additional funding. And I think we should. But I've identified some achievable reform goals. It seems like there's pretty good consensus for most of those things. I would have wanted more, everybody knows. I think, gotta be realistic. Make progress when we can.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Kelly, back to you to wrap this up.
All right. Well, number one, I would like everyone to give Stacy a huge round of applause. Everybody knows everybody on the staff knows I was really stressed coming into this meeting today. Yeah, I really was. You really did a great job of leading us through, and I'm going to actually ask if you can just take over and lead us through all the rest of it. I'm just kidding. Don't worry. No, it was great. It was really great because your being here allowed all of us to sort of put everything aside for a minute and talk to each other. And this method really was very useful for getting those conversations going so that we could have the conversations that we needed to have in order to get to yes on so many of these topics. So I really do appreciate you coming today. I appreciate all of the members putting in a really long day today. Again, like the conversations were great. I really appreciated all the perspectives that came out. I want to thank you all for coming in person,
100%.
committing. I know it's crazy. Committing to coming in person, being here and being engaged all day. Like nobody fell asleep. So that was pretty good. And thank you to the researchers and the U of M for bringing us information to help us make decisions and other ways to think about things. Charlie and Shamsa, Shamsa's still here. Thank you to Matt for doing the stakeholder input. So thank you, everyone. All of this was just a lot of it. We have had a lot of information to digest, and I think it's actually made a difference in some of the ideas that have been brought to the table. And don't stop pushing for the hurricane. We should always, we do need to keep pushing further. And I agree that there's more we could do, but I'm glad with where we landed because we are going to do something. I'm very confident of that. So thank you. I'm going to release you now. And one thing I do want to say is because normally our meetings are 2.5 hours, we're going to make them 3 hours, probably through the end of the year, because I think we're going to need that extra half hour. So 1 to 4 instead of 1 to 3:30. I've already asked the staff to put that on the calendar, and I think I had it on the long-term plan. You guys just probably didn't notice. So just wanted to let you know. So 3 hours going forward, and we will see you. What are we in August now? So we'll see you in September. And without further, unless there's an objection, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody objects.